Okay, let's try this again. See if it goes a little better this time. So we'll just wait just a minute or two to let the people get updated and on the new connection. But guys, tell me, can you hear me good? Can you hear me clearly? Or does it sound distant? Or does it sound like just perfectly coming through? Just let me know, guys. Just 1 second, guys, and I'll answer call. I'll be answering calls soon. Just give me a moment. Okay. Awesome. So, what a weird day today. I'll just get this out of the way real fast. The first thing the first thing that I had happen was tonight was supposed to be I was going to introduce a new format for you, and I had purchased new software for that. So I moved on from Ecamm and I got the OBS StreamYards because now they make it for Mac, and I only use Mac, and before it was Windows only. And so I moved to that, and of course it's expensive if you want to do all the things that they have added to it and stuff. It's a lot of cool stuff, and it's awesome. And all week long I was working on it, working with the graphics and how everything connects. It's awesome. It shows what you guys sent. When you send something, it's very, very professional. It's all really well done, because when you're doing a show by yourself, you need some automation or it's going to be very difficult. And okay, thank you guys. Thank you for letting me know that. Awesome. So that was great, and I thought it was going to be awesome. And then today I go to try to simulate a live show, which I should have done before, and then I found out that there's a thing called NDNI. It's a technology that allows us to talk to other applications. That wasn't correct. Apparently they did release it for Mac, but they didn't fix all the certain things that work with a Mac on the inside. So I don't know what that is about. Hopefully it'll get fixed. I wrote to them and they said they'd get back to me. So tonight I just have to wing it with Ecamm again, and it's very basic software, but it works. But that was annoying, so I'm not able to present you guys tonight with the new format I had planned. So that's very disappointing for me. I was very excited about that. But then second of all, I go on Facebook on my Facebook group. Now, for you guys, some of you guys might not know, but I had a Facebook group, over 1,000 members there, all come from the this YouTube channel. That got shut down because another guy was talking about himself, saying that he himself was fat, and the computer caught that as talking bad about people or bullying, harassing, or whatever. Really stupid stuff. And they shut that down because the person who said that was one of my moderators. That was 2 months ago. I've written to them several times. They won't review it. They won't release my group. So I had to start a new one. So I just started a brand new one called Von Allen Sports Talk. And I invited everybody from my normal VAS page. And then I could only get about 200 people back into the group, because not everybody sees it when you invite them to something. Most people ignore them. Even I do usually. But anyway, the new group today, I go in there and I get in a conversation. And I'm just in a normal conversation where you're in an argument, in a sports argument, and I'm trying to defend myself. I say something. I said, I accused somebody of being a parrot, of parroting what someone else said, which literally just means you were just repeating something, right? I get shut down for that. So they kept me, I can't even comment in my own group. They actually shut down my Von Allen Sports account, the guy who owns the group, for that comment. I don't even understand how that could even be remotely construed as a violation. But I'm completely fed up with Facebook. I just don't see the use for it. I don't see its utilization. Like I don't see how it's helping this channel. I don't see I mean, I just don't see what the point of it is anymore. Why is it even there? Why does anyone even use it? So that was annoying me, and that just happened right before we started tonight's show. So then I was like, okay, come on, this is just, things are going weird. But then this stream got canceled, which is strange. Okay, so what it was for, and the reason I say strange is because the NFL lets me use all of their content, all their video content. The only stipulation is that they are allowed to advertise it, and they get all ad revenue when I use it. And I'm okay with that. So that's fine. If I'm using their stuff, I get it. It's their stuff. That's cool. It's a good deal, right? So the YouTube computer, obviously, it wasn't a person. It's, canceled it out thinking that I was violating whatever. So I ain't got time to deal with it or work it out. I didn't get a violation or anything like that. It was nothing like that. But I'm sure it was just a misunderstanding or whatever. But sorry about that. I'm so, it's just funny. Like everything happens in threes, right? So the software breaks, Facebook bans me, and then this happens. It's just everything happens in threes. Whatever. It's just kind of annoying, but we're good. We're good. Yeah, I wish Facebook would die, but you know what, guys? Their stock is still valuable, and people are still paying money, and people are still advertising. One of their biggest advertisers is China. China is always buying advertising there. So I don't know. I wish it would end. I'm tired of it, actually. But you can't even get into a conversation, an argument with someone about sports. Guys, this is what we do. Okay, this is what we do. This sports talk is what we do. I would hate for anybody who runs Facebook to ever go find themselves in a barber shop. Oh my God, they'd be like, oh my God, I can't believe I'm hearing this. Oh, I mean, what would they do? What would they do? They would literally faint if they think that me saying that someone is a parrot is a bullying, harassing comment. I mean, I can't even understand that. So the problem is that when you become a social media company, you are becoming what is called the town square, okay? And that is where everyone can talk and have a voice, and people meet up and say and do whatever they want, talk about whatever they want. And they've become that just digitally, but yet they rule it as if this is a communist empire, a communist regime, and you can't say anything, And I don't know why these companies haven't been broken up or hit harder or regulated. I mean, that's a whole different conversation, but they have way too much power, and it seems like we can't even have a football conversation. If we can't have a football conversation or sports conversation of any kind without getting banned for every little thing, it's at this point, I don't know what I can say. I don't know how in the world could what I said be bullying or harassing, and how can the other guy who got the entire group shut down, not his fault at all, get in trouble for calling himself fat? Like, it's... All right. Boomers are the only ones who use Facebook in the U.S.? Okay, well, good to know. I'm not a boomer. So, YouTube is essential. Definitely essential, and there's some rules, things that I'm not happy with. But at the same time, they still haven't banned most people. They banned a lot of people, but not as many as Facebook, so and Twitter. But I don't see the point of Twitter at all. I don't even know why does Twitter even exist? What is its purpose? What is its what's its reason for existing? I don't even understand. So it's just weird how these companies have so much power and people still keep. I can't even figure out Twitter half the time, and By the way, guys, if you ever spend money trying to promote your brand or trying to promote what you're doing, don't do it. It's a complete waste. So I try to do everything by the book. I try to follow the rules. I try to do exactly what you're supposed to do, and it doesn't work. So someone advised me, oh, you need Twitter followers. I'm like, okay, well, how do you get those? Because I wasn't ever on Twitter. I never did Twitter and never paid attention to it. They said, okay, well, you could buy advertising for Twitter. Because I wrote to them and asked them what is the ways I can get followers. And I didn't want just followers. I didn't want just like 100,000 random people. I wanted real people who care about football or sports and really wanted to be there, right? And so I was like, okay, so I advertised, I paid money, and y'all super chats and everything that goes to this stuff, and I want to spend your money wisely, and I don't want to just throw it away. But I bought some Twitter advertising. I got nothing, not one useful. It was completely worthless. It was just absolutely ridiculous. And then, okay, so this just happened recently. I'm probably like breaking all kinds of rules telling you guys things about how this stuff works, but sorry. Google ads. So when you own a YouTube channel and you go and you want to advertise for a video, and you can press Google ads, right? Because it says promote your video. All right, cool. I do that, and the last 2 days they charged me $130. It's like, what in the world? $130. So they were charging me like all this money per click. And do you know what it did to my subscription base? I actually lost 4 subscribers. It costed me $130 to lose. Okay, not actually, no. I don't know if I lost 4 subscribers. I probably gained, but then lost more than that. So it took me in the negative. So I actually went backwards. -4. So the advertising, what it did is it actually made things worse. It just had some kind of weird effect, and I don't even know what the hell, but it led to nothing, absolutely nothing, and I've got to pay $130 for that. So don't do it. Don't. They make it so hard to succeed. Now you know why people are paying click farms for fake subs and stuff, and now I'm like, okay, I get it. I won't ever do that. That's ridiculous, and that's not me. But I see why. Because I tried to do it the right way, and the right way, it doesn't work. It's not. It's all random. So. By the way, we had 2 super chats on the first session, I believe, from Lord Varsh, who sent a $5 super chat for Adam Vinatieri, and then I believe Addy sent a $2 super chat also for Adam Vinatieri, calling Adam Vinatieri the GOAT. And I'm sorry, guys, that I can't carry that over. I wish I could, but thank you so much for that. Raphael Higoy, our resident 49ers fan, he sends a $5 super chat. He says, "That was BS. I'll have an extra beer for you, Aaron. I was already in a bad mood today, but Facebook needs to fix that algorithm at ASAP." Yeah, it's a machine, and the machine takes phrases and it errs on the side of messing you up than it will be for. So it should be the other way around. If the machine should be programmed that if it's not sure, it should just let it go. But it doesn't. If it's not sure, it go ahead and treats it as if you were bullying or something, and that goes against you. You get a few of those strikes like that, even though they're stupid and they're meaningless, and then all of a sudden you lose your account forever. It's the equivalent of if you had called somebody like some racist names or went off on people or threatened them or gave them a death threat or whatever. That it's like this. It comes out as the same thing. It's stupid. But yeah. Thank you so much for the super chat, Raphael. I really appreciate it, man. And your 49ers are going to be back, buddy. So I hope you're excited. And, oh, by the way, Raphael, don't worry about Chris Sims' quarterback list, okay? So I saw it, and he put your guy, your rookie quarterback at like 37th or something. Here's the truth, okay? It's for the good, and it's for the good of the quarterbacks themselves. Rookie quarterbacks should not be in a ranking, okay? Not unless they're the starter. If you know that they're the starter. But he's not the starter. Jimmy Garoppolo is still the starter. So he shouldn't be put on the list at all, whether it's 5th or whether it's 37th. Okay, so no kind of list at all. But this is the kind of thing that you would expect from Chris Sims. But you can't do that. So I'm against that completely. Of course, if he's the starter, you would have to put the rookie there because, well, every team needs a quarterback representative for a list, right? That's how it works. Okay, so, but if you're a backup, how can you be ranked? If he's ranked too high, let's say he's ranked like 15th, how many people are going to be like, that's disrespectful to the other guys when he's not throwing a pass? But then you rank him as 37th, and what it does is it gives out this idea that you think he sucks. It's not fair. It's like, damn, dude. Either way, he's screwed. Either way, it's a problem. So I'm against that completely unless he's the full-fledged starter, and you know he's the starter. So kind of like Joe Burrow. We all knew last year Joe Burrow was going to start. We all know that Trevor Lawrence is going to start. So yeah, you would rank him. But you would rank Trevor Lawrence 32. Or unless there's another starting quarterback, then we know is going to start, then maybe you want to rank Trevor Lawrence over him or whatever. But all rookies should be at the end, at the very end, because they've never played. We don't know what they can do. We've never seen them. So, but yeah, that was pretty bad what they did, or what Chris Sims did with that. That was freaking stupid. Addy sends another super chat, $5 super chat. And he says, I'm way ahead of you, Raphael. Oh, Addy. I love it. Every time he changes his profile, it always looks like either a mugshot or something unflattering of one of his Cleveland quarterbacks. That looks like a mugshot. Is it a mugshot? I can't tell. I don't know. I don't think Baker Mayfield's never been arrested, has he? Maybe. It looks like a mugshot. Addy's at the hotel. At a hotel. Bitcoin Motors, what's up, man? Yeah. So Twitter is for Bitcoin discussions. Yeah, I've noticed. You can get a lot of that, but you can't get heated. You can't defend Bitcoin without getting in trouble, or defend what you like. So. Yeah, Trey. There's no reason why he should be talked about there. So, Raphael sends a $2 super chat. Another one. Thank you, man. He goes, thanks, bro. Red and gold till I'm dead and cold. Yep. I had them pegged for making it to the Super Bowl last year. I'm not gonna say. I don't know actually what I'm gonna do. My picks. I'm not gonna do picks now until after the third preseason game. I think it's kind of stupid to try to decide what teams to give an honest opinion and an honest foresight on what that is or what that team will be. But after the preseason, I will make my picks. I don't know if they look good, I'm going to put them up there. But I have to be honest, man. The way the Bucs just completely annihilated the Chiefs in the Super Bowl, and I think they weren't even at their best yet. I think they were just hitting their stride. If they can carry that, and the fact that the Bucs have all of their starters returning, which is the first time in NFL history that that's ever happened, that all 22 Super Bowl starters are returning. As long as something doesn't happen, they still would have to be the favorites. I would assume, and it's a very similar logic to why I picked the 49ers last year, because I thought, who there was nobody yet that I saw that could threaten them, and they may have been in the Super Bowl had all those injuries not occurred. So. Lord Varsh sends a 10-pound super chat from England. He says, "Screw YouTube. Here's double for your troubles." Oh, thanks, man. He says, Adam Vinatieri is the GOAT. Let's go. I've commented a couple of times, but I'll say it again. You should be spreading to new tech, my man, becoming more viable. You mean like some of the alternative YouTube sites and stuff that they're making? Yeah, I've been looking into that, definitely. So, because what happens if I do something wrong that I didn't even know I was doing something wrong here, and then I go down here like I did on Facebook? YouTube could change their policies tomorrow, and I might not know what's up. So, and lose everything and everything we've all worked for, and it's what you worked for too. You guys have sent money to help the channel. You work for that money, so it's your work too. It's all of us, and to lose that would be devastating, actually. So. Well, it does look like a mugshot, Addy. Sorry, but okay. So I'll be taking calls tonight. I want to limit the amount of conversations so everybody can have a turn if they want to. So we'll do that. Also, tonight I'm going to invite my brother on. Let me show you guys real quick for those who may not know. If you didn't see some of the updates. Let's see here. Okay, so this is Mental MMA. It's coming soon. And this part of the channel is ran by my brother, Jason Allen. Knows more about MMA than anybody I've ever met in my life. And he's going to do that show on Saturdays. But it doesn't start this Saturday, but it will soon. And also he'll have a documentary. Anyway, I'm going to have him on to talk about that tonight a little bit, and ask him a few questions about MMA, and also get his thoughts on some football stuff too, because of course he knows football, and me and him like to reminisce on old football stuff, 90s football, 80s football too. So and he's got a rookie card that he mentioned to me. I want to know if he'll show it to me. So he texted me today and said that he had a Patriots football rookie card of a player we all know and love, and I'm curious to see that. I didn't even know he had it. So. Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, Assassin's Creed. Yeah, this was given to me a few years ago as a gift. I love it. And I thought if I can find one more, I could wear both of them, and then one of them I could turn upside down, so it would be VA for Von Allen. But I can't find this exact same one anywhere. So if you guys can find it, that'd be freaking awesome. But I've not been able to find another one. So. What's up, Brian? Baker, DUI. Okay, yeah. Well, a lot of people have had those. So it's just funny how Addy, it's his favorite team, the Cleveland Browns. He loves the Cleveland Browns. But he always does something to rag on his own team. It's funny. It reminds me of Luke McQuay with the Bears too. He does something very similar. No, I have not played Valhalla yet. Assassin's Creed is a game that I like to immerse myself into and start from the very beginning and finish it all at one time. So I would need like several days where I don't do anything and I'm just like on a break or on vacation or whatever, and I just play the game from beginning to end right then. I'm not that kind of person who can just check into the game 5 days later, check into it and continue where I left off. It's just I don't do it like that. I don't know why. I like to just, once I'm in it for good until I finish. So, but I will. That is on my list, definitely. Addy sends a $2 super chat. He says, "You learn to laugh at the pain." Yeah, well, it's true, man. It's true. All right, here. Just one moment, guys. I hope you had time for Odyssey. Holy crap, that was long. I've got Odyssey, but I haven't got to play it yet. The last one, I know this is going to sound bad, the last one I've actually finished was Black Flag. That was a while back. So. Hey, Nightwalker, Daniel, can I tell everybody about what you said to me in the Signal chat today, in the Legion chat? That comment you made? Is that cool with you? Lord Varsh sends a 2-pound super chat. He says, Kwame Brown. Kwame. Yeah, we'll see. It's actually Kwame. Kwame Brown digging graves again this week. He's on fire, man. He's on fire. Odie's son, I'm probably reading that wrong. Asked me, are you into the NBA playoffs currently going on, or is the NBA not your fancy? I grew up loving the NBA, and my favorite player was, when I was a kid, I guess my favorite player was Larry Johnson. You guys remember the commercials, Grandmama? I liked Larry Johnson. I liked Charles Barkley. I liked Shaq, of course, Larry Bird, of course Jordan. Everybody likes Jordan. That's normal, but Jordan always punished my favorite teams. And my favorite, where I grew up, we didn't have any regional teams, so you just kind of randomly picked different people to root for, and it was more about the player than the teams that you followed. But my favorite player of all time is Kobe Bryant. But after Kobe retired, I kind of got a little lost, didn't pay attention for a few years. And then Vinyl Sports started, and it was football, and that completely just took my mind off of the sport. So, but yeah, I mean, I know a little bit about what's going on. I can't stand LeBron James, so I'm definitely not going for the Lakers, even though I rooted for Kobe Bryant all those years. If I had to pick a team I'm probably rooting for, I guess I wouldn't mind seeing the Celtics win, because they're from Boston, and I have a lot of friends who are from Boston, and a lot of you guys are from Boston, so it makes sense. And I like the Celtics, the whole, what they're about and stuff. But if not the Celtics, then probably, I don't know, the Nets, I guess. It's just, I lived in Phoenix for a long time, and Steve Nash was another one of my favorite players. Awesome guy, and he's the head coach now of the Nets, so I'd like to see him succeed. That would be really cool. So, $10 super chat from See It Twice. He says, dropping dies. And since we're talking video games, I have 3 words: Mass Effect trilogy. A Mass Effect. See, that's another game I need to play. I heard great things, and haven't played it yet. But yeah, I definitely want to play that. Thank you so much, Daniel. $10 super chat for that. That's interesting for a video game. I guess I don't know. I don't remember who mentioned this to me, but as somebody said that we should all get together and play Madden sometime for fun. And I don't know if you can play Madden, how many people can play in one game, if you can be different positions in up to how many on per team, but that would be crazy actually. That would be kind of fun. So $2 super chat from Raphael. He says Metal Gear Solid franchise, Solid Snake Forever, man. That's yeah, those are good games too. Oh, okay. So Nightwalker gave me permission to tell you guys. It's not a big deal, but I just didn't want to call him out if he wasn't comfortable with it. But earlier tonight, right before the show, I was complaining in the Legion chat about what was going on with Facebook and stuff, and I sent everything that they did, uh, and he goes, oh sorry, Nightwalker Daniel is German, and he said, sorry Aaron, I've never seen this kind of censorship before. And I was just shocked, like the irony of this. Of course, he was born in '88, but half of his country was communist 30 years ago, and we all know about World War II. And he's telling me, an American who is supposed to be the freest country in the world, that he's never seen censorship like that before. I mean, dude, it was just like a wake-up call for me. I was like, holy crap. How bad has things gotten? Like, you get my point. It's amazing. It's insane. This is how bad Facebook is. It's just for him to say that, and it was sincere. He was dead serious about it. He's not used to that kind of censorship in Germany. Wow. So that's a big statement right there. Probably the best comment of the year. Addy Visorno sends a $2 super chat. He says, snake, snake, snake. Nice. So you can play 6-on-6 in Madden. Nice. Oh no, Tiffany. So Nightwalker Daniel is Daniel from Germany. Daniel Roberts on Facebook is See It Twice. So we've got two Daniels. So just remember, German Daniel and movie critic, film critic Daniel, which is the American guy. Elliot Ravens Ray Lewis sends a $2 super chat. He says Splinter Cell and Metal Gear for the win. Oh wow, we're getting a lot of video game talk now. Oh, okay, 3-on-3. Well, that's still a lot. That's still, six of us getting to play at one time in one game. That could be a lot of fun. Would y'all even be interested in something like that if we did it? Not all the time. I mean, just like sometimes. I think it sounds fun actually. Shit, I'm on mute. I said, what are you doing with a Larry Johnson card?
You talked about him. I have a card for everyone you talk about.
I didn't even know you owned something like that.
I have a card for everyone you talk about.
That's weird. That's weird. Okay, guys. Yeah, I'll take y'all's calls after I'm done with the interview, okay? So... All right. Yep. I don't know. I had the audio muted for a second. Okay. So what we got going on is we're going to be starting a mental or not mental an MMA section for Von Allen Sports. See the card? Yeah. And we're not related, huh? At all. Okay. So. Yeah, we're gonna be starting a mixed martial arts section. It's gonna be ran here by Jason. So, Jason, you want to tell us a little bit about that?
Well, I want to tell a little bit about something else for all us, the Boston fans out there. We have a lot of New England fans, right, on this channel right now?
Oh yeah, probably 70%. Yeah.
Okay, so this is a card I've had for 28 years. Drew Bledsoe's rookie card when he got drafted to the Patriots.
Move it. Yeah, can't see it. Where did you get that?
That's his rookie card.
When did you get that?
Drew Bledsoe. There it is, Hans. Where does it say rookie? Right there. Look at the plain jersey. Yeah, so I got that. I have I have a lot of good stuff. I have Jerry Rice's and Joe Montana's for Raphael Higoy if he's online right now.
What?
I have Anthony Hardaway. You guys know Penny Hardaway from the Orlando Magic and Phoenix Suns, right?
Absolutely.
Him and Shaq.
Yep.
Okay, so Anthony Hardaway's not just his rookie card, but it's his blue chip card. What this is his MSU when he was playing for the Memphis State Tigers when he got drafted to Orlando Magic. He and Shaquille O'Neal went out. They got drafted the same year. They went to Chicago to film a movie called Blue Chips. They flew out there they flew out to Chicago to film a movie called Blue Chips right when this card came out right here, when Anthony Hardaway's rookie card when he was first drafted. And someone was sitting right behind him in first class and got his autograph. And it looks like the guy's name is me.
I remember that. That's awesome.
That was 1993. We were on a flight together going to Chicago, and I reckon he wasn't even famous yet. He had just gotten drafted. He hadn't even been in the NBA yet. But I recognized him because Memphis isn't that far from where we grew up at. And he talked to me like for half of the flight. We just talked, and it was cool. We got off the flight. I didn't realize how tall he was in person because I didn't recognize him until we were already in the seats, and he was sitting down. You could tell he was tall. Then we started walking into the terminal through the little thing. He's like 6'8". He's like just towering. It's crazy. Yeah.
So we have anti-base metal who says he's New England born. And
Anthony?
No. You asked earlier if people were from and anti-base metal was replying that he's from New England. Just letting you know. Yeah, Penny was drafted after Shaq. I remember. So, see, Shaq was 92, I think, and Anthony was 93. So, something like that.
Yeah. So I got the Jerome Bettis, the Buff. I got his rookie card right here. But guess what? It's more fun when it's double trouble.
So
2 Jerome Bettis rookie cards.
Okay, so hang on. So let's go back to the Drew Bledsoe rookie card. We grew up together. When did you acquire that? I don't remember this. If you just put it in front of your face, it'll be perfect in the camera. We'll be able to see it perfectly. So, okay, perfect. I didn't mean like right on your face. I just meant centered, towards the camera. Perfect. So when did you get that? Are you going to answer me?
I got it when it was new, when it came out. It was a scorecard.
Hmm. Nice.
See, me and Aaron used to be trading card hustlers. So
Hardcore.
sometimes even when you have trading card partners, even when you're got tag team partners to go out and hustle cards, sometimes you got to keep some things in your coat pocket and not let anybody know about them.
This is bullshit. Do you remember that hustle we did for the Shaq's all Magic team?
Oh yeah, you mean like in the screwed down cases and all that? We got to screw in the case and everything.
Mm-hmm. It was the
Kind of
most
like this.
valuable basketball card there was at the time,
It was a $300 card at the time. It was $300.
and that was a lot of money then. So.
Here you go. This is the case I'm talking about right here.
Oh yeah, exactly, exactly. The screw down cases. Yep. Nice Emmitt Smith card, by the way. But
Yes, it is.
But yeah, that was fun. I was guys. I was a big card guy. I loved basketball cards, football cards, hockey cards, everything. That was my thing.
Oh, yeah, for a San Francisco guy out there, here you go. Here's a Ricky Waters rookie. How about that?
Ricky Waters, I remember him. He was awesome.
I got
As for
so many
Raphael,
cards. I got everything to think of. I have everything. I got a nice Gretzky card here too from his Stadium Club card. This is worth pretty good back in the day. It's probably worth really good now.
I remember that card. Yeah.
Of course, not his Edmonton card. Those would be worth most.
Right.
Okay, flashback from the past. Flashback from the past, and we'll get to football.
Manone Rayom, the first female to ever play professionally. I think still is.
Semi-pro, but yeah.
No, she played for the
And of
Lightning,
course,
didn't she?
she was drafted and worked out with him, but she never had ice time.
Oh, okay. All
They,
right.
they put they put her in the front team. Yeah. Anyway,
So tell everybody what's coming with what you got planned for the MMA.
well, we're going to be doing pretty much the same thing that your show does. We'll be doing discussion shows, live discussion shows, and we'll also be doing comparison shows between fighters, like who's the GOAT, who's not, what would happen if these teams matched up, who was great back then, are they better than they were now, are other promotions as good as UFC, things like that. Just different topics that make a lot of discussion every day. Every day when you check your MMA news, no matter what companies, whether it's MMA Junkie, Sports Illustrated, Bleacher Report, whatever, there's always these comments. Everybody always making. They're always fighting over these questions, and we're going to
Yeah.
do a lot of those debates today. And we're going to be doing some live commentary. One of the things I like to do that they don't do much anymore is old school baseball style commentary. Where it's like radio style, where even though you can't see the fights, if you watch the show, I will call it play by play, fast action, everything that's going on fast, and it'll be like old school, baseball radio. I do those, and just anything we can do just to keep MMA people, happy with new content that they don't get anywhere else, things that we do that no one else is doing. I even interview fighters, so I live around a lot of camps with some of the top guys in the world, champs, right in my area here. So I have a chance to talk to these guys. I've interviewed a lot of them in the past year, and as we're going to start interviewing a lot more as well.
And you're also working on a documentary, like done kind of like the Brady Hate saga in a way.
Yeah, we're going to start out with our first show is going to be, the topic is going to be on Jon Jones, Johnny Bones Jones, and you guys might know his brothers, Arthur from the Ravens and Chandler from the New England Patriots and Arizona Cardinals. And Jon Jones is a little brother. Actually, I think Chandler's younger than John. But
Chandler's
yeah,
the
we're
youngest,
gonna do one on John. Yeah, so we're gonna do one on John, and there's a lot of controversy around the guy. Not just for his fighting. Some people, they argue that he's the GOAT, and some people say he's not. He's had a lot of problems outside of the octagon, such as
Right.
car accidents, doing crazy things, drug tests, and the list goes on. But waving around loaded guns and stuff in the street when he's drunk. And then one of the most recent things is actually he didn't do anything wrong. Someone got on his security camera trying to break into his cars at his house. He came running out of the garage with a shotgun after him. Did you hear about that?
No, but it's awesome. I love
And
that.
and Jon Jones would be. I think he would be a Patriot fan because he is very good high on the Second Amendment. So
And his brother played for New England too. So,
yeah,
but yeah, it's he's the right one. I've never seen someone so as much as they're hated, they're loved, and as much as they're loved, they're hated in the MMA. So we have that with Brady, of course, in NFL, but in MMA is definitely Jon. I can't think of anybody else who's got that big of a swing. Like there doesn't seem to be like a middle area. It's the same way with Brady. Like nobody is ever just like, oh yeah, I like Brady. He's cool. I mean, there are, but most people are so one side or the other. And Jon Jones, it seems to me that that's the way Jon is treated as well, which I understand.
Yeah, it's kind of the same. It is the same thing as, and it goes a little further than that. For instance, even if you don't like Brady and you hate him, you're in reality, you're still not going to bet against him in a big game. You're just not. If you are, then you're just doing it because you're emotional. But if you're going to be logical about it, you never bet against Brady in a big game. And that's the same thing with Jon. Even though you might hate him, no matter what he does outside of the octagon, when are you ever going to bet money against Jon Jones in a fight? Ever. No matter how much you hate him. You can't do it. Doing it emotionally. You wouldn't do it. You wouldn't be smart and do that. So, yeah, it's kind of the same thing.
Are they going to be able to get a fight, this fight scheduled? Are you going to be able to get an agreement?
It's been going back and forth a lot. The past several weeks, Jon has been fighting with Dana White over the money and what he's worth and things like that. And that could be here or there. But the one thing is Dana's not going to. He's trying to punish Jon for negotiating, which I think is one of the reasons why we do need a fighters union. But he tried to punish Jon by saying, okay, well, we don't need you back. We're not going to pay you. Do what you want to do. We'll just have him fight Derek Lewis. The Ngannou-Derek Lewis fight for the title is the stupidest thing ever. Derek Lewis and Ngannou fought just a couple of years ago. It's gone down in history as the worst fight in history, the most boring. I'm sure it's probably tied with Anderson Silva and Damian Maia. And the Ngannou.
That one was bad.
Yeah. The Ngannou-Derek Lewis fight, there's no reason you would ever give them. I mean, I understand they've both gone on big winning streaks since then. So technically by the numbers, yeah, that would be good. But it's not near as massive as a fight. It's not near as big as a moneymaker. And I don't think it's going to be as exciting as it would have been for Jon Jones and Ngannou. But Dana White wants to hold his ground. And so now Jon Jones was talking about sitting out about 4 days ago. He was talking about, okay, well, I just sit out for a whole year, gain weight, settle in this new division where I'm going up about 60 pounds in weight. So he said, I'll settle in, and next year I'll be fighting when things are in place. But a few days ago, something changed. He went and hired Schaefer for his manager, and he is a big-time boxing promoter and manager. And he worked with he actually, I think he started Golden Boy Productions, one Oscar De La Hoya runs now. But he and Dana White are good friends. So now Dana White is willing to negotiate with Jon Jones as long as Schaefer is the mediator. So now we might see Jon possibly before the year's over if Jon's ready.
Why is the Dana White being so cheap with this? Like, Jon isn't wanting an unreasonable amount, is he? Or
he's not wanting an unreasonable amount. He's just wanting an amount that the UFC isn't used to paying. So, for instance, let's say Jon is getting $5 to $8 million a fight before, and he's wanting $30 million now, but he's worth actually $15 million for the fight. Mm-hmm. They don't want to go to that place because that's not what they're used to doing, even though technically by the numbers they could pay him that and they would make massive amount of money. So what they got to think about is this pay-per-view with Ngannou and Jon Jones, it would make about, I'm guessing it would sell about 1.5 million pay-per-views if it happened. And at $70 a pop, I mean, that's $70 times 1.5 million. And don't forget, you got the live gate, which is usually around 8 to 12 million. And then you have the advertisement. You have the advertising gets more expensive because of the caliber of the fights. So they get more money per fight, even though they're on contract. Everything just grows bigger, over the whole thing. Exposure for UFC, which pays off in the long run. So to build up the fight, they get more exposure, and it exposes them to more people who didn't know about MMA before, like Conor McGregor has done for the UFC, things like that. So it's definitely worth it to do. But Dana White he's notoriously cheap with paying fighters, and everybody knows it. But this is one he should fork out for, in my opinion.
Do you think McGregor versus Mayweather? Do you think it was rigged?
I don't know if it was rigged or not, but I do think that there were opportunities for Conor to do more than he did, and why he didn't take them, I don't know. And a lot of people agree with the same thing. I don't know why he would be afraid to be hit by Floyd. Conor's been hit a lot harder by harder punchers, and he's got a pretty good chin. And Mayweather hasn't knocked anyone out, over 10 years now, probably 12 years, hasn't knocked anyone out. He's a defensive fighter.
Only if you count Ortiz, when Ortiz was the ref had broken them up and Ortiz dropped his guard and then Mayweather popped him. But that was after Ortiz had headbutted him. It's very conspiracy. Like, people have all these conspiracy theories about him and everything. But other than that, no, he's not knocked out anybody like clean, like in a fight for probably a decade. So.
Yeah, and that punch it's a big difference when you hit someone who's not prepared for a punch. What happens is what fighters do. You don't see or hear about this. What they do to protect themselves is they bite on the mouthpiece really hard. And to knock someone out, it doesn't take a lot. If someone's not prepared for it, just a slight jerk of the neck will put your lights out. You can knock yourself out, actually. You can take your fist from about just a foot away, and you could literally knock yourself out if you relax your neck and you don't close your mouth, keep your jaw open. You can get knocked out very easily. A kid could knock you out if you're not prepared for it and if your mouth is open. So what fighters do is they bite down their mouthpiece to keep their jaw from snapping. And then they also put their head down so they don't have that free open like that right there. They keep it down so it can tuck in. And when they do both of those at the same time and they're prepared for it, they can do slight head movement. And when they do the head movement, it actually kind of goes with it. And that's what Floyd's known for. He's known for doing the shoulder rolls where he can get hit and it'll glance him. But if he rolls with it, it's like he kind of falls with it. And the impact is like a third of what it would have been. Anyway, all those things add up.
But that's what makes him so good, though, right? Because you don't take damage. He
fights defensively very well. He's the best at it. He's the best defensive fighter ever. Muhammad Ali comes close in the first half of Muhammad Ali's career. He was a great defensive fighter, but he started giving up a lot of shots in the second half of his career. Mayweather never gave up a lot of shots in his entire career. He held up pretty good for that.
You have a super chat here, $2 super chat from Raphael Higoy. Okay, I really like this super chat, and because this is a question I actually had. He says that Jake Paul fight was stupid. Okay. Who are these idiots? Who are these people? I have never heard of them. Okay, I've never heard of them ever. And then all of a sudden, I find out that this guy named Jake Paul, I think it's Jake or his brother, one of them, knocked out the little guy, the little NBA dude, and Nate Robinson. Thank you. And I'd never heard of Jake Paul. He didn't even look familiar to me, but somehow he's got like 10 million subscribers. His brother's got a bunch and all this stuff, but had no clue they even existed on this planet. And now one of them is fighting Floyd Mayweather. Why?
Okay, so the Paul brothers, they're weird. They're two brothers that are originally from Ohio, and they moved to LA, and they got YouTube famous. Logan was the first. He's the oldest brother and the biggest brother, and he got famous on YouTube by doing their little shows they do. And his brother Jake kind of fell in place with them, did the same thing, and then he got on a little Disney show. I don't know what the name of it was. And then he made a rap video, and it looked like a parody rap video, like something Weird Al Yankovic would have done. And he got famous for that. And now he's got all these followers as well. Jake is the most annoying of the two, even though they're both pretty annoying. But Jake wanted to follow in with what Logan was doing. Logan actually has high school wrestling credentials, and he was starting to box too. And he boxed before Jake did. Logan fought KSI, who was another YouTuber guy. And basically they're just, all they are the novelty fights. They're freak shows. They're not real fights. Anyway, Jake went into, after he fought Nate Robinson, he wanted to fight an MMA guy. And it's funny how no one ever wants to fight an MMA guy in a cage. They always want to do it when the MMA guy's out of their element.
Oh, sure.
But
sure.
He cherry-picked the guy with the worst hands in the history of MMA. And when I say that, that's not an opinion. That's known fact. And even he admits it himself, which is Ben Askren. Ben Askren admits this himself, and so does everyone else. He cherry-picked a retired fighter who's out of shape, overweight, has just got over a hip surgery. When he was training for the fight, he had just gotten cleared from his hip surgery. And so he was completely out of shape. And so he's got the worst hands in the history of boxing, or MMA. And that's who Jake chose for his fight. And of course, all he's got to do is just do anything, really. An ordinary guy on the street who has some sort of coordination and aggression can beat Ben Askren in a boxing match. So that's just stupid. And him fighting Mayweather, that's all that is a money grab, nothing more. It's a pure money grab.
Why would Mayweather do that for his reputation? I mean, Conor, just fighting Conor already, a lot of like boxer purists felt that that was a novelty act, But this is a whole different level of stupidity and ridiculousness. So I don't.
Yeah, it sure was. Conor never had a professional boxing match. He just went into it because of his name, and that was it, because it was a money grab. But with Jake, it's the exact same thing, and they just want to make a bunch of money because Trill is willing to do it.
Well, it's just, and by the way, boxing, MMA, they're completely different sports. I remember James Toney was a boxer. He got in the ring and it was a joke. But then you send an MMA guy into the boxing ring. It's a different sport. It's a completely different thing. So I don't understand.
You won't see these guys getting in a cage. They always want the MMA fighters to go to the ring, and they do it. They do it all the time. MMA guys go to the boxing ring all the time, but you never see the boxers go to the cage. So it's a one-way street, is what it is. But hey, if they can make their money, let them do it. Whatever they want to do. I would do it. I would go in the ring and get knocked out by Conor, or I wouldn't say get knocked out by Mayweather. He'd probably make me look stupid and stuff. But I don't know. Maybe you can knock somebody out still. I don't know. But I'd get embarrassed by Mayweather. I'd get knocked out by Conor. I'd get knocked out by Paul, whoever, as long as I'm getting a bunch of money too. That's all it is, just money.
I'm not questioning that. But for Floyd, he's already worth probably $500 million. I wouldn't do it. My legacy at that point would be worth too much. What if he lost? What if he lost? What if he loses? What if he gets caught?
It makes you wonder if there's like a safety net in place, doesn't it?
There's got to be. I mean, even losing to Conor would have been disastrous for him. So anyway, I just don't know about some of that, but I do know that the Jake Paul guy keeps. I've noticed there's this. All the guys he calls out are all guys who need money really badly and will fight for any amount of money. So which leads me to think that they're willing to also take the fall. So Ben Askren, even at 40, however old he was, and out of shape, would have murdered that guy if it was a real fight.
In a real fight with no rules, yes.
So it's like, it was ridiculous, But now he calls out Nate Diaz. Well, Nate Diaz is notorious for always wanting to make more money, and like he's, you know how he is. Like he needs money all the time. He's always trying to get the big money fight or whatever. And Nate Diaz would beat him so badly in a regular fight, that Jake's grandchildren would be feeling it generations later. I mean, it would be horrible. So why would you pick a fight with Nate Diaz unless you think it's a sure thing? So
actually, Nate would beat him in a boxing match as well. Nate has good hands. He's got good boxing fundamentals. He's good, and he's got a way better chin than Jake does, I'm sure. So yeah, I think Nate would beat him in a boxing match as well. Nate would do better than Conor did against Mayweather, I think.
We have a $5 super chat from James Williams. He says, "Did Askren take a dive in your opinion?"
No, he's terrible. He got beat up.
Okay.
I mean, if Askren allowed himself to get hit and it was his own personal dive, just because he thought, I don't want to get beat up. I may as well, just the first time he connects, it'd be a good time to get out of here and make my money. We don't know. That could have been in Ben's personal mind, but I don't believe that it was a planned dive between people or as a collective collusional thing. I think that if it happened, it was probably Ben in his own mind thinking, okay, the first time he connects real good, I'll just go ahead and sell it and I'll get out of here and make my paycheck. He may have done that. We don't know. But I don't think it was planned out to happen that way. It would have been personal from him only. I don't think Jake would have known about it.
Interesting. We were talking the other day privately about football players coming back and stuff. And have you got a chance to take a look at Tebow, see what kind of shape he's in? Have you seen any photos or anything?
Actually, he was. It's funny you should say. He was at UFC 261. That was in Tampa or Jacksonville. What was it? A month and a half ago. He was there and he looked in pretty good shape. But he's always in good shape. He shows up at charity events looking in shape. He never gets out of shape. If he does, he might get a little soft looking, but he can lean out really quick within a matter of a couple of weeks if he wants to. So I don't think that's an issue on his tryouts or anything. And he's always staying in shape. I remember about a year ago, maybe it might have been 2 years ago, when he had been out and he never thought he was going to come back. He was still doing quarterback workouts and stuff on his own time, even when he didn't have anyone no one was even talking to him. So I think he's always had that wishful thinking in his mind in case something happens. But yeah, I don't think he's ever gotten out of shape. He hasn't like sat out and like, oh, he's coming off the couch. I don't think he's coming off the couch or anything like that.
Well, I saw a little bit, just a little clip of him, and in training camp. Looks okay. You can tell he's learning. You can tell he's like trying to figure out how things work and stuff, and you could see that. But he hasn't dropped a pass yet. That's actually, people say, well, that's no big deal. Actually, it is a big deal. That's a great thing. Tim Tebow's not going to be used as a blocker. Probably he's going to be used in I think in the red zone. So like pass catching, touchdown catching, things like that. But damn, dude, I mean he looks strong as hell. I didn't see that coming. I didn't This wasn't just a spur of the moment thing. He knew this was coming he was meant, like you said, he was staying in shape for in case something like this happened. I see here there's a comment here. It's definitely for you, and thank you, James, for your super chat, man. OD Sun M8. This caught my eye because I think he's your favorite fighter. But he asked, Tony Ferguson, is he probably done for good now?
Yeah, Tony Ferguson is one of my favorite fighters of all time. Actually, I don't know if have you been on this channel long, Aaron? Do you know if this guy has been on this channel long? The viewer who asked the question.
Yeah,
What's your name?
He's been here for a few months. It's OD Sun M8. Yeah. So.
Okay. All right, good to meet you, man. But yeah, about a year ago, I was on the show talking about stuff, and I actually made a rap song about Tony Ferguson called El Cucuy, and the whole song is a rap song about Tony Ferguson. And Tony actually has heard it himself, and he gave it a shout out on his Twitter or Instagram. I think it was Instagram. And so Tony knows about the song, but it's like a whole Tony rap song. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Tony Ferguson. I was a fan of him even when he was on The Ultimate Fighter. But yeah, I think that I don't think he's done, but I think he has definitely dropped off. And I think more importantly, other people have caught up with him. That's what I think has happened. But I still think he has a lot of skills and things. But I just think that the other guys have caught up with him, and I think that he's also dropped off. And it's the combination of those two has kind of made it a big difference in his performance and the way the outcome of his fights go, So that's unfortunate, but he definitely won't go on that winning streak again. I don't think he'll ever get the undisputed belt.
So those days are behind him.
I think so, but you never know about anyone. Oliveira, Charles Oliveira, he had a comeback. I've been watching him for about 9 years now. And I remember when he first came out, he looked like a guy who would be riding bicycles along the road in those little spandex outfits or something. He didn't look like a fighter at all. He's very nerdy. He wears glasses to the octagon and everything. But I don't know. He had a lot of good fights, and then he kind of dropped off a little bit. But then he made a comeback, and he's been destroying everybody in the top 5. And now he's champion now. He's undisputed champ right this very moment. So you just never know when something's going to happen and come back. He's been in UFC about as long as Tony has. So you never know. But I think Tony had his first half of his career was his prime. I think Charles is just hitting his prime. He's a little younger.
Is he? Who do you think is the best fighter of all time at that weight class? Do you think it's Tony?
In the 155 lightweight division?
Yeah.
From every promotion ever, or just UFC?
Any.
That's a tough one because not many people have held the belt that long at a time in the 155. No one ever held it for a long time. I would have to say when BJ Penn had the belt that he was probably the guy that would beat you without you knowing how he's going to do it. He was very spontaneous in the way he could finish people. So I think BJ Penn was probably the most creative champion, and when he was in his prime, probably the best champion right now that I can see recently. I mentioned this to you privately before, Aaron, is that I think Michael Chandler, who's in the UFC now, I think when he was in Bellator, right before he left Bellator, when he was fighting Pitbull, I think that if Chandler had fought Khabib, well, they could fight right now, actually. I think Chandler has Khabib. I think he has Khabib's style as the worst possible matchup. I think he would be the guy that could beat Khabib, even though Chandler would get beat by several guys in the top 5 in any promotion or in the UFC at least. I think if he fought Khabib, he would be the guy that would have the best formula to do it. But I just don't know, with the 155 division. I mean, right now we have to say Khabib because he's never been beaten by anyone in any promotion at any time in his career. He doesn't know what it feels like to lose. In fact, he doesn't know what it feels like to lose a round in judging, except for twice. He's lost 2 rounds in his entire career in judging. It's insane. His record is insane. But the first 2/3 of his career was a bunch of cans. There were guys who, that any of the other guys would have beat him as well. So I don't know. It's a tough one, but right now I'd have to say Khabib probably.
Okay, interesting. I think a lot of people think that too, but there's a lot of recency bias as well there. I have a weird question for you. Right now, okay, it's a alternate universe. So what you get to do is you get to choose any NFL athlete, and your job is to turn him into a UFC champion. Who do you select in the NFL right now? They got to be playing right now. Players? They can't be retired. They're playing right now.
We already know Herschel Walker came in at 44 and destroyed people in the cage.
Right.
We won't talk about him.
Can't be Herschel. It's got to be a current guy.
Right now. Let me think for a second.
But before you answer, though, keep this in mind. Your job is to make him the champion. So you need the guy that you think can't just. It's not enough to be tough. It's got to be who do you think will win.
So who can be a champ? Yeah.
All of it. The mental, all of it. That's your job, and it's for the fate of the world. The Earth, like Mars, is attacked, and they said you need to make an NFL player a champion in the UFC for Earth to survive. Who do you go with?
This may be an unpopular opinion, but just off of the types of fighters I've seen, and they may not have the look that people think, I think Kelce.
Fucking motherfucking piece of shit.
I think he would be trainable. I think he would be trainable to be a good MMA fighter, an elite one. If he had been doing it, for his career, I think he would be one of the guys. Travis Kelce. That's my pick.
That was the worst possible person you could have chosen for this channel. The worst. The worst. I mean, there is nobody that you could have picked that I hate more or I'm more annoyed by than Travis Kelce. I cannot stand this guy. Total douchebag.
Nobody can stand Jon Jones, but you just got to go with what you go with.
Oh my God. Oh, okay. So obviously you're putting him in the heavyweight division. So
I know.
Wow. Over Gronk.
Yes, he would. I think Gronk would. I think he would be good. I just don't think that he would have. I mean, I think Gronk's amazing. Don't get me wrong. I think he's one of the greatest players of all time in any position. But I just think that he wouldn't have from just. I don't know. He is a Patriot and he does play under Belichick. He did play under Belichick for a long time, but. I don't know. There's just some things you see in people, and it's just an opinion. I could be wrong about any of it, but it's just my opinion. But I've seen a lot of fighters that don't look like those brothers, the Dacus brothers from Pennsylvania. Oh my God, look up their pictures. You would never believe they're MMA fighters, but they are bad dudes. They look like some out of shape dorks. But it depends. It's all what's up in here, how you're trained, who you're trained by and what your mentality is like, and also you got to have the physical gifts as well. But you just don't know what you're going up against. Anderson Silva's not impressive looking either, but look what he did to
Right.
people.
Dude, you just got a $20 super chat.
Oh gosh,
All
Travis
right,
Kelce
ready?
fan. By the way, I'm not a
Actually-
Kelce fan in football, just so you know.
Oh, I know.
I do
No, no,
respect
no.
his skills, though. I respect his skills, but I don't
Well,
like him either.
so do I. So he's one of the best tight ends in the league. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, everyone knows I'm not a fan of Aaron Rodgers, but let's be honest, he's a great quarterback. So Raphael Higoy sends you a $20 super chat. He says, in your opinion, is prime Wanderlei Silva, aka the ass murderer? I'm sorry, the axe murderer.
The ass murderer, the axe murderer. Who's this?
That's
does
him
this?
putting his fist up your ass. So is prime Wanderlei Silva the Mike Tyson of MMA? You always hear no one beats Mike in his prime. Same with Wanderlei. BJ Penn was the best champion ever, in my opinion. I cannot believe he lost to Frankie Edgar. Okay, well, there's a lot in that super chat, so there's like 3 levels to it.
I know how to respond to all of it.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to go to BJ Penn first because that'll be the quickest one. Yes, when BJ Penn lost that very close split decision to Frankie Edgar, I agree. I don't think they should have taken that belt away from BJ over that split decision when I thought BJ actually won anyway. But even if Frankie did win on the cards, it was way too close to take a belt off somebody. If you're going to take a belt off somebody like BJ, who already was a legend even when he was young, if you're going to take a belt off of him, somebody's got to do it, and they got to make it clear. It's got to be a clear cut. I mean, I've seen titles change hands on split decisions before, but that was so close. You could have judged it for BJ, and you don't take a belt from somebody when it's like that. It's just crazy to do, but I agree with you completely. I don't think Frankie should have won, and I'm a Frankie fan. I like Frankie. In fact, I think Frankie became more exciting after those years. I think later on in his years, became a more exciting fighter with his ground and pound and that style fighting one before he was kind of was a point fighter, but then he became a finisher later. But yeah, I agree with completely on BJ and the Frankie Edgar title fight, 100%. And go back to Wanderlei. Wanderlei did have a style kind of like Tyson in the way that Wanderlei fought. He fought in middleweight and he fought in light heavyweight both. He fought in the 185s and he fought in the 205s both, but he did most of his work at 81. But when he was fighting 205, he would get beat. Rampage Jackson beat him twice, I think. And that was in Pride. And one of them was in a UFC, actually. He beat him once in UFC, once in Pride. And or was it? Yeah, and then Vitor Belfort, he beat Wanderlei Silva when Wanderlei was in his prime. And if you're going to talk about Mike Tyson's style, Vitor Belfort would have had a style like Tyson too when he was young. He was a very aggressive, fast puncher. But I know what you're saying when you're mentioning Silva and Tyson together, because they had the similar style in the way they throw those big looping they step into those big looping hooks and they're not afraid to get touched. They had that same style. They like to get on the inside. Wanderlei never had a big reach, and just like when Tyson was, he's pretty much the shortest guy in every title fight he ever had. And that's kind of how Wanderlei was. He was the shortest guy. If he wasn't the shortest, he was always had the shortest reach. So he'd try to get on the inside and throw those big crazy punches with aggression, and he would just take some to give one. And yeah. I think in that way they were very similar, but they were scary. Wanderlei was very scary, like Mike Tyson was. He's like the Tasmanian devil. It was just he's like a big dust up, and it just confused everyone. It was just very aggressive and fast. So yeah, I could see how that would be relatable. But I see Vitor Belfort when he was younger having a Mike Tyson type fear in people too. When people was across the cage from Vitor when he was roided out, like they all were, it was very scary to be across the cage from Vitor Belfort back then. Same thing for Wanderlei though.
That's interesting. I didn't know Raphael was a fan of his. That's interesting. I didn't know Raphael loved MMA so much. I'm glad to see that. But yeah, Raphael, thank you, man. $20 super chat. That was awesome.
Yeah, thank you.
Pride was fun to watch. I loved Fedor Emelianenko. So Fedor was awesome. I just like that kind of fighter who doesn't say anything. He's like a machine. You don't know what he's thinking. He could be eating dinner, but at the same time he could be trying to kill you in the ring, and it's the same expression, like death to the opposition, basically. So
yeah, Fedor's brother is the same way. He's very, very calm, cool, collected, and you don't know what he's going to do. But when he gets in there, he just finds ways to finish it. Yeah, they're both like that. Crow Cop was kind of like that too.
Do you ever remember a meme going around with Wanderlei Silva and I think Shogun, and they're wrestling in their little Brazilian jiu-jitsu parlor, and Wanderlei's sitting on top of behind them, and it says it's not gay if there's no eye contact. Do you remember that?
I don't remember that meme. That would have been at the Shoot to Box Academy in Curitiba, Brazil, when that happened.
Dude, it was funny. It was fun. It just looked bad. It's you can take a picture at any moment and make it look awful, right? Like in real life, it doesn't look like that. But
MMA they have a
frozen.
Called the 50-50.
Yeah, Wanderlei was behind him. He had his legs out from him, and they were both going. And it just says it's not gay if there's no eye contact. That was one of the biggest memes of that year, by the way. I'm just letting you know. So.
Position that's popular right now that you'll see probably about once every 2 weeks, about once every week actually, called the 50-50 position. That's actually a nice way to put it, but they're in the 69 position. They call it the 50-50.
Okay, I'm going to have to do this to you again. Sorry.
And full guard, that's one too.
Full guard, yeah, that's pretty rough looking actually. As long as you're not making eye contact, it's okay. All right. Last question. What NFL quarterback would you use to win a UFC title?
For his physical skills or his mental skills?
Well, both. He's got to become champion, so you've got to decide who you're going with here.
Physical and mental, both. I don't think there's any quarterback that would be UFC champion, but if you had to say which one had the best chance, I'm trying to go through the cities from West Coast to East Coast in my head. I'm trying to picture them all.
I have one in mind that I think would be good at it, but I'm not going to tell you until after you answer.
Yeah, let me think for a second. I'll get there. I'm going across the board right now. I would probably have to say, with a combination of physical skills, no clumsiness, a little bit of size, but not awkward size, strong mentally, but is smart at the same time, can do a game plan and go in and be coached, and when in the heat of the moment when everything's going nuts. Probably Russell Wilson. Of course, that would be in probably the 185 division.
Holy shit. I think that's a great answer. That's a great answer. I wasn't thinking him. You're right though. You're right. Physically there, mentally there. You've got what you need. That's a great answer. I like it.
If he would have been doing his whole, I think he would have made a decent fighter. And when does he ever get knocked out on the field? Has he ever been like concussed or anything like that bad?
No. Iron Man, he hasn't missed a game, I don't think. I can't remember. If he did,
he's pretty good.
One. But no, I don't. He doesn't miss games. No. In fact, he's been sacked more than any quarterback the last 5 years. So
yeah, he's pretty tough. I think he'd be a good fighter. And I know we all know that Carroll has. I think he's messed up some of his his career. But I'd say I don't think that Russell Wilson's top 3 or anything. He's not even my favorite quarterback. I'm not a big fan of him or anything. But if you're asking about MMA, I think he would transition the best.
Well, he is one of my favorite quarterbacks, but that's not why I said it was a great answer. I just thought about it and I pictured it. I didn't even consider Russell. I don't even know why he didn't pop into my head. But damn, that's a great pick. In fact, I think it's the perfect pick. I could see him doing that actually. So because you need both, you need the mental and you need the physical, and the ability. Russell is good under pressure when people are in his space and stuff. He's one of the smartest quarterbacks in the NFL. If Tom Brady wasn't playing right now, I'd argue that Russell probably is the smartest quarterback in the NFL. So playing right now, but damn, that's a really
he's only
good answer.
6 feet tall. Isn't he like right at 6 feet tall or something like that?
Russell is 5'11", 5'10".
5'11". So he wouldn't have it, for his weight class. He wouldn't have that awkward movement. He would be like well grounded, like his body type would be. He'd probably have I mean, the guys in the middleweight, a lot of them are taller now, but some of them aren't.
Yeah. What weight class would you put Russell in?
The 185 middleweight division. Especially, he might walk around on the field because he's playing football, in the 215 range maybe. But he was a fighter, he would be smaller. He would need to be that big. And then, you cut weight, the week of weight cutting, which he'd cut probably about 25 pounds to weigh in. He'd come in the cage around 205, 210. Yeah, that'd be about right. He'd fight middleweight. Now, if he wasn't a football player and he never was big to begin with, and he was always a martial artist, he would probably fight in the welterweight division, 170. He'd cut weight to 170 and then fight at probably 190, 195 when he gets in the cage.
Wow, that's interesting. Someone asked, it says, who were you thinking, Aaron? Well, I wasn't giving everybody a thought. I didn't even come in my head because it came real fast, but I thought Lamar Jackson and maybe Josh Allen, but when Jason mentioned Russell, it hit me and I realized, wow, that's the perfect combo right there. So definitely I would change my answer now. So I would answer definitely Russell. That's a good pick. I think everyone agrees with you, by the way. So that it was a good pick. You have one more question. Are you going to be talking women's MMA on the channel too? I'm a huge Rose fan. This is coming from ODSN M8 again.
Actually, yeah, I'll talk all MMA, and I won't just talk UFC. I'll talk other promotions as well. I think I'm a big fan of PFL, by the way. But yeah, I'm a big fan of Rose. I've been following Rose since she, was young, when she had, her long hair. I'm actually a big fan of her husband or her fiance, Pat Barry. So, but yeah, Rose, man, she is a 1 in a million fighter, and I'll tell you why. Because she doesn't have that natural, like, tough body like most girl fighters try to get. A lot of them try to get them, but she's very feminine. But she has a lot of skills. Her footwork and her boxing since she's been training with Trevor Whitman and those guys over there in Denver. And then she's, obviously she lives with Pat Barry, her boyfriend, who's a complete legend and scary dude himself. And he's her coach, and he's her
motivator. Didn't he used to train? He trained up Brock Lesnar, right? Pat Barry? Is that the same guy?
I don't know if Pat Barry trained Brock or not.
Little guy, right?
No, Pat's a big guy. I'm
sorry. I meant short. I meant he's short, right?
No, that's not short either. No, he's a good 6 feet. Yeah, 6'1". He could be 6'2". He's good, probably 6'1". Yeah.
He always looks short with the other heavyweights, but they're like 6'5" and shit.
He was good heavyweights. No, he fought Czech Congo, and he wasn't that much shorter than Czech Congo. And Czech Congo's like 6'4" or 6'5", I think. But no, Pat Barry's a great. He since she got training with him, she goes in there and she assassinates people, and you would not expect it. Joanna Jędrzejczyk, she had never been knocked out in her entire life, or at least in MMA, and she goes in there and Rose knocks her flat out to where she's tapping out the punches, and that's never happened. You wouldn't think that Rose would possess that type of power to do that, but she's very accurate. She's so accurate. She's pinpoint. Very, very, very coordinated. And then with Zhang Weili, she just beat her, and Zhang Weili she's pretty scary. She fights like a guy almost. And Rose knocked her out clean with a head kick. Unbelievable. Zhang Weili, it's never happened to her before. So yeah, I'm a big fan of Rose too, especially now more than ever. Like the past 4 or 5 years, she cut her hair off, and even though she has that 10-year-old look now. But when she had long hair, she was still pretty good. I remember when she got that she jumped on the back of Angela Hill and got that rear naked choke, and that set her career off that time. And that was probably 6 years ago. But yeah, I'm a big fan of Rose, and I think that she has fantastic skills. I think all the way around, she can submit people. She can fight. She can fight with stand up. She's got great defense, amazing defense, and she's sneaky. She sneaks in punches and kicks at the right time. She's just really smart. She's become an overall great fighter. And it's going to be hard for anyone that ever fights her at any time. She's not Valentina Shevchenko or anything, but for her division, I would never ever bet against her. Well, you can't because she's beaten all the best. She beat Wally Zhang, Zhang Weili, and she beat Joanna Jacek and everyone else. And she got her revenge on Jessica Andrade too. So she's free and clear right now.
So needless to say, you'll be talking about women's MMA then.
Yeah.
You have another question. I don't know who this is, but Jaylon, he asked, how do you think Claressa Shields will do in MMA? So who is that?
It depends. It depends on how well she learns. For those that don't know, she's a championship boxer. She's probably the best female boxer of all time. But she's just now transitioning into MMA, and she's actually working out at the Greg Jackson, Mike Wigglejohn camp in Albuquerque. That's regarded as probably the best camp in the history of MMA, considering all the great fighters and champs that come out of there. That's Jon Jones's camp, where he has done his entire career at, basically, since he moved out of New York. Diego Sanchez, Holly Holm, Michelle Watterson, George St. Pierre. Even though George St. Pierre spent most of his career at TriStar from Montreal, he did a lot of training there. Rashad Evans, Andrei Arlovsky, Alistair Overeem, John Dodson, Donald Cowboy Cerrone. I mean, Tim Means. It just goes on and on. That's a legendary camp, and that's where she's training. If she's going to go anywhere to change over, she's going to go there, and I'll tell you why. Because that's what Holly Holm did. Before Holly Holm was in MMA, she was a championship boxer. She had 15 world titles in boxing before she ever stepped in an MMA cage. And so Holly Holm is a great boxer, and she transitioned, and look what happened to her. She's the first person to beat Ronda Rousey and knock her out clean. So, Claressa, she's definitely going to go there because of the coaching there and John and Holly. But once again, this comes down to the person, the tough fighter you are. She doesn't have that MMA mentality. She's probably going to fight at 145, I believe, and she's going to be trying to fight people like Kayla Harrison from PFL. Well, she's in PFL. She's going to go in the 155. They have a 155 division in PFL, and she's going to be trying to fight Kayla Harrison. I really don't see her beating Kayla Harrison, but you never know. Anything can happen. But I think Kayla will maul her and Khabib her, basically. Okay. But overall, though, I think Claressa has a chance to become a champion because she is big. She's a pro athlete, and she's obviously mentally tough, and she's used to being hit. So this won't be anything new for her unless she hits the ground. And even at that, she's being trained by the best over there. So she could be ready.
At least it's a combat sport transition, and it's not like she's some soccer player or something. But
also, Greg and Mike won't let her go into a cage until they say she's ready. They won't let her just go in until she's ready. So if she goes in to fight, then you can bet that she's been well prepared, and it really just comes down to her, seeing headlights or not. If she does, then if she panics because she's something that she's not used to, that could happen easily. That's what Brock Lesnar did when he fought Frank Mir the first time.
Yeah. Well, Frank, his experience caught him. So,
yeah.
All right, man. Well, thanks so much for coming on. I really appreciate it, and I can't wait to see that and come on your show and talk about it. So, thanks a lot, Jason.
Cool.
I appreciate it, man.
Yeah, thanks for your questions, guys. It'll be good to talk to you again later.
Awesome. Okay, guys, and just one more time, I want to mention that Jason show will start after the release of the Jon Jones documentary. So we just want to get that out there to introduce everybody. And if you guys want to call in and ask a question or two, but what we're going to do tonight is just tell me what's on your mind, and then I'll move on to the next person. Okay? So, but I can only take one call at a time. So if someone's already on, then wait until I've hung them up. Otherwise, nobody will be able to understand what the hell's going on. So, yeah, thank you, Raphael, for for your super chats, man. That's really awesome. Very cool. Okay, first up, it looks like we've got Elliot. Elliot, how's it going, man? Oh, someone's in. What is that? Is that
That's
nice?
a NSU uniform.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, you got the little ribbon on and stuff like yeah.
You enjoying it?
Yeah, I'm enjoying it so far.
So what's up, man?
Not much. What's up with you?
Oh, you're cutting out on me.
Oh, am I really?
Yeah. I don't
Can
know.
you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it just cuts out a little bit sometimes.
Does it really?
Yeah.
All right. I decided to use it. I decided to use an actual computer this time instead of my phone. It's a little bit easier. Ask what? Like, oh,
Well, is there a comment?
where do you think where do you think Julio Jones is going to go to? Because I know you talked about this on one of your last shows. I was there for
good
a hot
question.
second.
Yeah.
Yeah, I meant to ask you that.
Well, I know where I want him to go, obviously, which is New England. But for some reason, I've got the feeling that Bill is going to cheap out, and I think that he's going to think that it's okay. It's one of those things where sometimes Bill is his worst enemy as GM.
Yeah.
And he
I
screws
hear
over
that.
the coach. So another GM would go ahead and pull the trigger even if the price is a little too high.
Exactly.
But for Bill, if the price is even a little over, he'll I've seen him just kill deals because of that, and that's what I'm worried about, because I think that now that the Rams have introduced themselves as a contender to get Julio,
Yeah, I forgot about the Rams.
they're going to bull rush that dude. So I don't.
Well, now they are.
I think the Rams. So I hope Patriots, but I think the Rams are going to get them. So
I didn't think about the Rams. I forgot all about them.
what
But
just happened?
I think
They just put their hat in the ring.
they just put their. Oh wow, really?
Yeah.
But I figured the Rams would be good already as is. I mean, they just picked up Matt Stafford, so.
Well, they're trying to go all in, But
Yeah.
they went. If honestly, if you got a chance to get Julio, you get him. I don't care who you are. But
Mhm.
they could.
It
use
doesn't
him.
matter. I don't think it really matters how old he is at this point in time. He's still a good player.
Oh, that's complete nonsense.
Age, yeah.
Yeah.
He's not playing like Larry Fitzgerald is right now.
Oh yeah, no, it's not even close. Like the people are talking about him like that, but it's not even close. It's a
No.
It's
No,
a joke.
I've seen.
Listen, everybody. This is what pisses me off about football analysts and some football fans. Okay, everybody is so obsessed with age. Age this, age that.
Yeah,
Why?
it really depends. It depends on who. It depends on what position you. I think it. In my opinion, it depends on what position you play. If your position depends on you like being really, really super active and physical, like a cornerback, for instance, not a quarterback, a cornerback.
Yeah.
You might be out of the league within 10 years, 10, 12 years, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, but what I'm talking about is Julio Jones. He's 30. What is he? 32 now or 33 or something like that.
Yeah.
And
See, the thing about
give me 2 more years of elite Julio Jones over a potential 10 years of a draft pick, but I don't even know if he's even going to be any good. Give me the sure thing, and that's what I'm referring to. I'm not talking about like extreme cases, like putting a 45-year-old guy on safe as a safety. That's ridiculous. But what I'm saying is within reason. But people are getting caught up. It's like once you pass 30, all these analysts. Well, he's 31 now. What the fuck does that even mean? Who gives a shit? Is he still playing well? It's like
I mean,
okay,
people
so-
thought. Like, here's a good example. People thought Randy Moss was done when he went to the Raiders.
Oh yeah,
And
yeah.
the very next year, you guys pick him up and with 23 touchdowns in a single season, breaking Jerry Rice's record.
Yep.
Jerry Rice's record caught almost what was the game-winning touchdown in Super Bowl 42.
Should have been.
Should have been, obviously. Um, spent another 2-3 years in New England, and then after that, kind of fell off with the 49ers, just a little bit.
Well, he was. Yeah, that was already kind of
At that point in time. Yeah, it was at that ending point in time. But it's just like age is just a number. It depends.
Even with Randy at the end, though, I think he still could have played better. I think mentally he checked out because that's what got him out of New England in the first place, anyway. But but I'm gonna let you go, Elliot. Thank you so much for calling in, man. I'll talk to you on the next show. Okay.
Right. Talk to you later. Take it easy.
All right. Next up, guys. A bunch of you guys were trying to call in at the beginning of the show, and now you're being shy, I guess. So I just want to be able to get everybody in. So, Addy. What's up, Addy?
What up?
Nice glasses.
What it be? Thanks, pimp.
So what are you doing in the hotel room?
I'm in Gettysburg right now.
Doing what?
Visiting. Just seeing the sights. I mean, there isn't a whole lot to do in Gettysburg besides.
Gettysburg.
Yeah.
I didn't think.
I'm pretty liquored up, so.
I don't know. It didn't sound like Gettysburg to me, but I thought you said something else. You're in Gettysburg. Okay, cool. So how is it? I've not been yet.
Dude, it's minus the people. It's amazing. Very beautiful place.
Cool. Do they have any? They have like a wax figure of Abraham Lincoln and stuff, given the Gettysburg Address or anything cool like that, or like a robot.
I mean, no, they have like where he gave the address. They have like a bust of him and like his speech and stuff. But there's a couple of shops nearby that have like a wax figure of him and stuff.
Well, the reason I bring that up is because at the Hall of Presidents, they have these robots who look just like them and even have their mannerisms and everything, and it's amazing actually. So I thought that would be cool to put one of those Lincoln robots up there and have him give the Gettysburg Address when you go. That'd be badass.
Well, the thing is,
yeah,
where would you put it? Because where he gave the address, right behind it is a bunch of gravestones. So.
Oh well, see, I don't know. I'm just what
I mean, you
so,
don't really don't want to put a robot in front of a bunch of graves. I'm sure there's probably a shop around here that has something like that.
So what's going on, man? You got any comments about the football world at the moment?
Maybe. I don't know. I had a question, had a couple, but they're gone.
All right.
Yeah, what up? Who do you think? All right, let's say you're Belichick. Who would you have play the whole season at quarterback? You want to pick one person, they got to play the whole season. Who would you pick and why?
Right now, I have to pick right now. And but
they're your starter for all 17 games.
But I've not seen either one of them. I've not seen any of the guys play though. That's so. Belichick has, so it's a little difficult, but without knowing anything at all, I'd have to say Cam.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, he has the experience. He's championship, been to the Super Bowl, But
It's just because it's only, like I said, it's only because I've not seen anything, and I have no faith in rookies until a rookie has been on the field and has an NFL defense trying to kill him. I've seen so many first round picks. The moment that ball is snapped in the first game of preseason, and I've seen them just completely lose it. Completely just.
kind of like Sam Darnold's first NFL pass was a pick six.
It's a mental breakdown, and it can go so badly. I mean, they can look so great in college. They can look so great. Now, that doesn't mean that I think Cam is going to be great or anything. By no means. He was awful last year. But I'm also a big believer in sitting the first year when you're a rookie. So when you sit for a year, you come back, and then when you get your chance, you kind of feel comfortable, and you feel like, okay, it's my team, and you're okay with making mistakes, and then making mistakes aren't going to kill you. See, when you're a quarterback and you throw a pick, you have to forget about it. You can't think about it.
Yeah.
Just like a kicker, when you're a kicker, you can't think about it. You have to forget it. And these rookies, sometimes you throw them to the wolves in the week one, and they throw a pick, and they could be ruined after that. I'll give you an example. You might not know who this is, but there's a guy named Giovanni Carmazzi, and he was picked in the 2000 draft by the 49ers instead of Tom Brady. So Tom Brady was wanting to be a 49er, and they picked this Giovanni Carmazzi guy, and they thought they had this great dude, this next great 49ers quarterback to follow Steve Young in Montana. And week one preseason, they're playing the Patriots. It was a Hall of Fame game, and Carmazzi was up against Tom Brady, and Tom Brady was a rookie too. Carmazzi got pummeled by Belichick's defense. They just destroyed this guy, and I'll tell you what happened to him. Have you ever heard of him?
No.
That's what happened to him. Okay, so complete crap. That very day, and even his coaches have claimed this, that very day he was done after that one drive in preseason of week one of preseason. Okay?
Wow.
That right there tells you how bad it is. And look, Mahomes set for a year. Aaron Rodgers set for 3. Brady set for a year. There's very rare cases, okay? There's the case of Peyton Manning. But here's the thing about Peyton Manning. Peyton Manning's rookie year, he set the record for most interceptions by a rookie. It's still the record.
Yeah.
All right?
Oh, yeah.
But that's Peyton Manning, okay? His I hate using this word, but his pedigree didn't allow him to mentally get down. So he was able to bounce back. But how many guys have that? How many guys have their father who is an NFL great like that, or good player, a good NFL player that can keep him mentally in the zone from not losing his shit after completely embarrassing yourself in front of the whole league, right? So he is the exception, all right? But the rule is Ryan Leaf, okay? The rule is being thrown to the wolves, and it's over for you. Alex Smith is from where he was picked and how he was picked, they threw that guy to the wolves. They just threw him in there, okay? And they almost ruined his career. If it wasn't for John Harbaugh becoming a 49ers head coach,
he would have been
Alex
a bust.
Smith, he would have been over a long time ago. But good for him for kind of trying to he did salvage a lot of that. But he never became what was expected of him, okay? But then you've got there was somebody else I had in my mind just now. Well, you've got that's but I'm talking
99% of the Browns quarterbacks.
All the Browns quarterbacks, but first year, throw him to the Wolves first day. Oh, David Carr. Okay, so David Carr, Derek Carr's older brother. So he was drafted to Houston Texans. That was the Houston Texans' first draft pick ever because they were expansion team. They had no offensive line. He got sacked more than anybody that year, and it screwed him up. It screwed him up, and he was
Well,
never
he
the
got
same.
sacked, what, 68 times?
It was.
I mean,
It was bad. Okay, so no, even though Cam is shit, all right, and we all know it. How do I know Mac Jones is going to be any better or worse? But mentally, he's going to be screwed up from it, and he's not going to be useful next year and useful after that. But I don't know. If I knew, okay, all right, just let me finish this part. If I knew that he was going to be Justin Herbert, then I would take Mac. But I've not seen anything, so I can't judge. So I'm going by what the trend is. But go ahead.
Counter argument. He's in New England. Belichick likes to have a good supporting cast. He doesn't want one guy carrying the show. Now, if he was with, like Joe Burrow and the Bengals and shit where he has no O-line, or with the Jags or something, yeah, I understand. Start the veteran, start the guy who was there last season, who knows the system more.
Yeah.
But Mac is in a pretty good situation. He's on a pretty good team where he has a good supporting cast. So, I mean, his ceiling is going to be a lot lower than Cam's in the first year. I mean, his floor, don't know why I said ceiling.
I know what you mean.
But his ceiling's going to be a lot higher, too.
Yeah.
Because he could be like Justin Herbert or Joe Burrow, or he could be like David Carr. It's honestly a coin flip. But it's a matter of what you're feeling, what's your gut saying. And I think I'd probably start Mac.
But you set the parameters on me though. So I can't, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what they look like right now. And not only that, you said I had to play them the whole year. I have to commit to them.
I mean, neither do I.
So with those restrictions, but how about this? Could I answer what I think's going to happen?
When you came, I just saw a comment, and I mean,
here's what I think's going to happen. Cam's going to suck ass, and Mac is going to be playing by week 6. That's what's going to happen. Okay, probably. But even if that is the case, that's not throwing Mac to the wolves necessarily. Okay. Not necessarily, that's not as bad as being the week 1 starter and you're the only guy on the team. Like what's about to happen to Trevor Lawrence? Trevor Lawrence is about.
Hey, he's got Tebow.
Opening experience right now. Joe Burrow felt that last year. Okay, Joe Burrow's playing pretty damn good too until that happened, but it happened.
Yeah.
And it's because his organization is complete shit, but that's a different story. But thanks, Addy, for calling in, man. Have fun at Gettysburg,
problem.
And I appreciate your super chats, man. Go Browns!
Hell yeah!
All right.
Go Browns!
Bye. Oh, Addy. All right, guys. Yeah, that was a hard one to answer. Addy's trying to put me in a corner there, and I was trying to be as honest as possible, but yeah, it was a little tricky with some of those elements he had there. Jaylon, how's it going, buddy?
Hey, what's up?
What you got in mind?
Okay, I actually have a list of things since we don't have time to diddly-dally. I actually wrote them down.
Great.
Okay, this is the first couple things are about your quarterback. I don't know what you called it. Not the actual, not any of the actual like the things you use to measure it. Just about whose name should be for whose category. Yeah, there's no way Kurt Warner should be of the accurate category over Steve Young. And I get
wait.
You
let me establish this for people watching. You're referring to something on a different show. So you're referring to the quarterback list that I made and I named the categories in the quarterback details.
after certain quarterbacks.
Right.
But I believe
go
Steve
ahead.
Young is the most accurate passer. If I don't include like Tom Brady and like Drew Brees, who just retired in history. So how is he not the accuracy guy? And also, if we wait for Tom Brady to retire, we're going to be waiting until like he's 50. I'm betting he wants to break whoever has that quarterback record of 49. I think he wants to break that, and I think he'll actually be playing well. So I think Tom Brady should be the clutch category because like who's more clutch than Tom Brady? Oh yeah, this you think Tampa's going undefeated? Patriots versus Tampa. Who you got? And if Cam doesn't start, he will be cut from the team. Bill got 4 quarterbacks thinking that he was going to cut either Cam or Jarrett Stidham. The only 2 locks on the team are Brian Hoyer, who is the truest backup in the history of the word backup. When you look up backup, it has Brian Hoyer's face right next to it, which is why he has him. And
Yeah.
Mac Jones is the future guy. So they are the only 2 not going to be able to get cut. But Jarrett Stidham and Cam, oh, those 2 are definitely one of those 2 is definitely going to get cut. I think it's going to be Stidham, but I could also see it being Cam because if he doesn't start, I don't see him being a backup. I don't see like Cam sitting there like trying to teach somebody, some young gun, the offense or whatever. No. I think he'll quit or they'll cut him. One or the other. And and by the way, you have no proof that Julio Jones is currently the best receiver in the league. If you look at what he did last year, he wasn't that great. So like I still say that AV is the best receiver in the league, even though he was out for like, I don't know, 2 years. He didn't drop a ball last year. So that's my argument for that. And if you look up Julio Jones' stats for last year, they weren't that great either. So you can't give me, he proved it last year, because it's not like he did enough to like go to an all-pro team or like win an MVP as a receiver or do something that great. So like last year, you can't give me his stats were great enough for him to still be the greatest receiver in the league. I think that's all I got. I don't want to take up too much time. I'm probably gonna wish I can call in rebut later, but I guess I'll do it next week.
Let me start from the beginning. Okay, so the category names, they're not just about strict stats or anything like that. They're also about guys I like or like my favorites. So with the precision, you could hell, dude. I mean, honestly, you could even put Chad Pennington in there. Okay, for accuracy and you know, we could do Drew Brees for completion percentage. I mean, there's a lot of guys that you could go with, but I'm a big fan of Kurt Warner, so I named it after Kurt Warner. He's one of the ones that can be named after. With the clutch, Brady's still playing. These were named after.
Yeah, but Brady should be the exception. He's going to be playing until he's 50.
But it's just weird to have a category named after a guy who's also the player at the same time. It's just kind of odd. So
it is, but I would also argue that Brady is the living legend exception rule. Like he is if when I say Brady should get into the Hall of Fame while still playing, that's because Brady is the person that if you don't put him in the Hall of Fame, you might as well not even have a Hall of Fame. So like I think Brady should be
but that's my reason. I know, but that's my reason. It's a personal thing. So I put Montana. So when you think clutch, if we're not doing Tom Brady, you think Montana. Dan Marino, it's the distance, the air yards. You think he's not the farthest thrower in history, but when you think about throwing the ball downfield, you think of Marino.
He's the one that running category too. Did you put a running category in it?
He made that style kind of work. So,
did you put a running category in this?
But it's not named after a player. It's called Move the Chains. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But what was your second one was
Tampa. You think they'll go they're related because one is you think Tampa's going undefeated because I kind of think Tampa's going undefeated, and Patriots versus Tampa. Oh, by the way, I think that's going to be a bloodbath. I think that's going to be like 52-3. Like Brady is going to stomp Bill Belichick's defense. Like there's in that 20 years, I don't believe there's any defense that Bill Belichick has not thought of that he's already shown Brady in practice that Brady hasn't studied already. Sure. And I think there's a lot of things that Brady has from his new team and his new coaches that Belichick has not seen. So I think Brady knows all his answers, but I don't think Bill knows even more questions to ask Brady.
Well, another thing to add to that is that Tom has something as an advantage. If Tom, like let's say the first few quarters, let's just say that Bill does have Tom's number and he's able to get, and Tom can always just hand the ball off to Fournette, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, like, okay, well, let's just make this a running game then. Let's do that. So Tom has a lot of options. The Patriots,
True.
we don't know yet what they're going to be. I want to see before I make
I
my
don't
final
see
decision
how you
on that.
stop everybody on the Patriots.
Yeah, I want to see the preseason. I want to see how the Patriots look once it comes to preseason as far as what I think is going to happen there. Will they go undefeated? No. 17 games in a row? No. That takes the kind of discipline that took.
Was Tom Brady, who was the quarterback.
But not alone. I mean, not alone. There's a lot of mental toughness there for everybody and the coaching staff. And I'm sorry, but that coaching staff is not a 17.
Here's what I argue for Tom Brady and the coaching staff, and this has come to me now after watching Tom Brady with Tampa. The coaching staff is not truly matter that much. Tom Brady is the reason that the coaching staff does whatever it does. When he was in New England, he was the player development person because Belichick kept giving him not sorry players, but just guys. Except for Randy Moss and those years he got Rob Gronkowski for the first 3 titles or whatever. All of those dudes were just guys, and then Tom Brady made them better. So when Skip Bayless talks about he can take anybody, it's hyperbole because he pretty much has taken anybody. No one else could take Danny Amendola and Troy Brown and David Givens and David Patton and win 3 championships.
But
I don't care who you give them to.
Yeah, but here's the thing. To go 17-0, to win every game every single week. All right? Are you saying
he
just
has a
regular
better
season?
Team that
When you ask me, are they going undefeated?
Than he had in 2007.
I'm trying to understand you. Are you saying 17-0 or 20-0?
If he goes 17-0 this time, I think that the Super Bowl is going to be a rematch. If he ends up in the Super Bowl, well, he'll have to I think he'll have gone 17-0 in the regular season. You can't lose in the playoffs, or you're out the playoffs. So if he's in the Super Bowl, yeah, he'll be 19-0 going for 20-0. I also think it's honestly possible because the Patriots and the Chiefs don't play each other this year, that the Chiefs go 20-0 and that they both 19-0 and that they both end up in the Super Bowl game at 19-0. I actually think that's possible. Very possible. I think it's 100% possible that they're going to both end up in the Super Bowl. That's my pick.
This Bucs team is not the 07 Patriots.
They're better. Thing. Personnel-wise, they're better. Personnel-wise, they're way better.
Just coaching alone gives the edge to the 07. But
I think Tom Brady was the most important coach in 07. Tom Brady's still there, so I disagree with that.
Here's what
I'm starting to think that Bill Belichick is overrated.
Here's what it takes to go undefeated in the regular season. Let's just talk about regular season. So what it took in 07. Tom Brady doesn't schedule the practices. Tom Brady doesn't give out fines when you're late to keep everybody focused. Okay, Tom doesn't have anything to do with pulling up people in the meeting room and calling people out after they just had a huge win. Okay, those things is what's required to mentally stay focused every week for everybody. Defense, special teams, even the coaching staff has to be disciplined. Tampa Bay is not built like that.
Last year without doing that.
Winning the Super Bowl is one thing. Winning every single game without failing at all ever is a whole different ball game. It's a whole different thing, and that requires so much strict. It's just, dude, it's so hard. It's just
He doesn't tell people, punish people for not coming late. But when you play with Tom Brady, you don't want to come late. There's a difference. When you play with Tom Brady, you don't have bad habits because you no longer want to do them. Tom Brady makes you want to change your ways.
I'm not disputing that Tom doesn't influence people. Even the defense. The defense believes they can win, so they try harder, and you believe more. If their quarterback was Rex Grossman, do you think the Bucs defense would be so opportunistic and take risk? Hell no.
The only player that can be okay with a bad quarterback play is Ray Lewis.
So, okay, well, but what I'm saying is that Tom influences in that way, but we're talking. That's one thing. influence the team to win a Super Bowl, absolutely. But every single week to not miss a beat, to not fail at all, not one game, not drop one game, that is so insanely hard.
I think.
Okay,
I would argue that
just,
the most important person driving them to that seventh season was not Bill Belichick. It was Tom Brady. Bill Belichick had a lot of years. And by the way, Bill Belichick had that same team the next year without Tom Brady, and he lost 5 games. Like, Bill Belichick is the guy who let a backup quarterback score 40 points in a game in the Super Bowl. To me, like, Bill Belichick is highly overrated in this analogy you're giving to why they can't go undefeated again. Because Bill Belichick, basically you're saying Bill Belichick was the guy there saying this after every single win, even though they had games where they didn't have to like punt the ball or whatever. And like Tom said that in that 100 thing, he was like, we didn't punt, like we didn't even punt. So like, how are we getting like chewed out on this? So like, some of it like was ridiculous, but like I still think that Tom was the most important factor in that,
because
which is
it
why
keeps you
I think
grounded.
they can do it.
It keeps you grounded. Do you know why the Bucks were able to beat the Saints in the playoffs, but they lost to them twice so badly? Because when you lose, you look at all of your mistakes. But when you win, most coaching staffs don't really care about your mistakes. Belichick, they could win 50-0, all right, and he would be pointing out the things you did wrong as if you lost. And that's the kind of attention that you need, the kind of humbling that you need on a week-to-week basis. And as far as Belichick's decisions that you're referring to, you're talking about bad coaching moments versus a 20-year work of always doing the right thing and then a few bad moments.
I think the right thing was only made because Tom Brady was there, and no matter what decision he made, Tom Brady just made it right.
I love Tom Brady more than any athlete ever in history, but you've got to have coaching. You've got to have a good coach. You've got to do what they did. To do what they did, you've got to. There's more to it than that. Absolutely more to it. And but no doubt, Tom is
in 2 years. You realize Bruce Arians will be up for Hall of Fame, right? Tom Brady's going to win another 2 Super Bowls.
That would be ridiculous if 2 Super Bowls got you in the Hall of Fame.
But let's say this: 3 Super Bowls get you the Hall of Fame as a coach, and like you can't give me one coach that has 3 Super Bowl rings that isn't in the Hall of Fame. Like, can you name one? Like, can you please name one coach that has 3 Super Bowl rings as a head coach that's not in the Hall of Fame?
No, that's a ticket. That's a free ticket to the Hall of Fame.
Yeah. Tom Brady is going to give Bruce Arians a ticket just like he gave Bill Belichick a ticket.
Well, there's a lot of guys, okay? There's a lot of guys that are going to be in the Hall of Fame or have Super Bowl rings because of Brady or have MVPs or have huge contracts because of Brady. But at the same time, there are guys who are in the Hall of Fame because of Belichick. So, Ty Law, what did Ty Law made his mark under Bill Belichick's defense. All those Giants players and great Giants players and those great Giants teams, that was Bill. Even Lawrence Taylor said that after Bill wasn't there anymore, he didn't have the desire to even play anymore. So he has a huge impact on these defensive guys. As far as offense, that's more
Lawrence
on the
Taylor was a different beast.
What I'm saying is that these guys are under Bill Belichick, and it's consistent. There's always these. Look at Stephon Gilmore, okay? Do you remember when Stephon Gilmore played for the Bills, and he was shit, dude? I mean, come on, like way over. You want to talk about overrated? Gilmore was overrated. Brady made him look like a college guy when we played the Bills, and then Bill Belichick gave Gilmore all that money.
Fair, I think he's a little bit overrated now because I don't have him as a number 1 receiver, and I haven't had him as like the number 1 receiver for the past. Like, I don't like while he's been named like for the past 2 or 3 years, he's been named like the very best. I think he's top 3. I just think Jalen Ramsey has been better.
Oh, okay. You mean defensive back, not receiver? But
yeah.
Okay.
No, not receiver. Defensive back. I mean,
yeah. So
I think Jalen Ramsey has been the best one for like the past 3 or 4 years. And after that, I would go Marshawn Lattimore.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, when we gave him all that money, I was pissed. Patriots fans were pissed because we were of the idea, Malcolm Butler was supposed to get paid and all that and everything. So we're like,
the
what's
one thing
going
I'll
on
give
here?
Bill Belichick is he
Okay.
can coach a secondary.
But
As
that's what
a
I'm
coach,
saying.
that's the one thing. That's the one thing I think he can do. He can coach a secondary
thing?
or yeah. Well, I think he's a horrible GM. I think his things on head coach get covered up by Brady. If you look at all the defensive players that you were thinking about, those defensive players were all drafted by Bill Walsh. So Bill Walsh may have been the great GM while Bill Belichick should have stayed the defensive mind or whatever, but he's a horrible GM. Brady just makes anyone great or good, at least good enough when they get into the playoffs to win.
Okay, but let's keep in mind that Brady became Brady under Belichick's way.
I believe Brady
things.
became Brady because Brady studies, and Brady would have became Brady anywhere. And Brady made Belichick more than Belichick made Brady. Belichick would have never became a Hall of Fame head coach under anyone else. Brady becomes a Hall of Fame football player at this point, I believe, no matter where you would have put him. No matter what team you would have put him on.
Now you have a good argument here that's not as insane. Okay, so let's say that Tom Brady never arrived in New England and he was at another team, okay? As long as Brady was given the opportunity and the chances and what I mean by that is to compete for the job. Some teams won't even let you compete for the job. So you can't do nothing about that no matter how good you are. If they won't let you even try to shine. But yes, Brady had a better chance of still being great and still being a great quarterback somewhere else than Bill did if Brady never came along. And the reason is because it wasn't working. It wasn't working in New England, and he was on the verge of being fired again. But Brady comes in, and Brady makes the right decisions and does what he's supposed to do, and then that changes everything. So, just based on the trajectory of because that would have meant that Bill would have had 2 teams he's been fired from in his history. So he probably would have spent the rest of his career as a defensive coordinator.
I think he would be back as a defensive coordinator by now.
That's very possible, okay, because of that reason, because we already knew that he was on the hot seat. But over the last 20 years, when you can't count everything together, to say the way you talk about Belichick is so over the top. It doesn't even make sense, Jaylon. It doesn't.
I don't believe he's going to have a winning record again. I believe this season he's going to have a losing record, even with all the improvements he supposedly made on the defense and getting his opt-outs back or whatever. I still believe that they're going to have a losing record, and he's only had 2 winning seasons in history without Tom Brady there. 2. The 11-5 season and whatever season he made the playoffs with the Cleveland Browns.
Okay, but Jaylon, also let's not forget that Baltimore Ravens team that went on to win the Super Bowl, the architecture of that whole organization and what that team was becoming, and even the GM that is now a Hall of Fame GM. We all know he's going to go to the Hall of Fame.
Belichick picked him, and he should have picked somebody to be the GM in New England because he really.
I agree. That's what I'm saying. Dude, every Patriots fan agrees with this. I think Bill the GM screws over Bill the coach. Okay, so much when it comes.
But
to
they're
offense.
the same person.
I know, but when you separate them as 2 jobs, offense, yes, he's his own worst nightmare. But defense, he's not. He knows how to pick defense. He knows how to put it together. There's nobody better. Okay? There's nobody better. There's nobody who's ever been better.
At defense?
Oh, dude, come on. It's not even who? 6 rings, dude. 9 championship games. 9 Super Bowl appearances, 13 championship games, 20 years of excellence. No matter who your quarterback is, that is still it is impossible. Look how great Peyton Manning was. Look, he could only win 2 because he didn't have a Bill Belichick. You see what I mean? It's just there's so much that goes into it. You have to have both. Montana needs Walsh. Okay, Montana needs Walsh. Walsh and Montana. It's just how it works. Brett Favre never got back to the Super Bowl. No Mike Holmgren. Okay, they work together.
He got the two of them though. He got to
Yeah,
the one the
but
next year after
after
the second
that,
one. You mean?
yeah. What I'm saying is that when there was no longer Holmgren, then Favre isn't getting to Super Bowls. He's not winning MVPs anymore because it's a group thing. Also, we're also talking about another thing though.
Oh,
Tom Brady's an alien, Jaylon. Okay, he's an alien. All right, having 7 rings is retarded.
oh yeah, and that's the other thing I don't like
Okay.
about him because
So
if he had 10, he would be considered the greatest player of any sport whatsoever. And the way I see it is, Bill Belichick stopped him from being considered not just the GOAT of quarterbacks, the GOAT of all sports in general. Because if he had 10 Super Bowl rings in the era when it's when they've actually merged, like no one would have more if you think about it. Like he would be one off from having Bill Russell's number in basketball, which didn't have a merger yet, or Jim Brown's number in football in championship rings. If he had that many championships, he would be on an even more elevated level than he is now. He would be considered like they would be talking about him of like GOAT of all sports, and they would have his face as the first one on the Mount Rushmore, with like Tiger Woods or Muhammad Ali or whoever else you have as the GOAT of any sport. Bill Belichick basically screwed him over from being that by screwing up all of the 3 of those Super Bowls. That's I don't know. Bill Belichick kind of pissed me off for a lot of reasons.
here's the thing about coaches. They don't play. So if they get too much credit and then too much blame at the same time.
But we give him all the credit for the defense, so I'm going to give him all the blame for it too. Like whenever we talk about the defense, everyone gives him the credit for it.
Dude, I'm telling you, I'm the first one to say that Eagles Super Bowl, the decision making after halftime, I don't fault him for the first half. You go in thinking that this is what you're going to do. But after
I
you
fault
saw
him for
evidence,
benching Malcolm Butler from the first half to the second half.
After he saw evidence that Eric Rowe was complete trash, you throw anybody in there. I don't care who they are, especially if Malcolm Butler's dressed. I don't care what the reason is. I don't care why he got in trouble, whatever. After watching what Eric Rowe was doing, yeah. Okay, so that was Belichick's mistake, not making the change at halftime. I completely agree with that. Okay, but that's one bad mistake, one event. But what about Super Bowl 53?
It's in the most important game of the year. That's why it's an egregious mistake
Jaylon,
to me.
I know, but what about Super Bowl 53 though? Did he not make up for it?
Which one? Huh?
A year later, did Bill did he not make up for that bad mistake in 52 and 53?
I don't believe you make up for one loss of a Super Bowl by winning the next one, especially since I think Tom gets more credit for winning the next one than Bill did. Because I believe whichever team Tom Brady was, whichever team Brady was on was going to win that Super Bowl. Both of those defenses held those teams to like under 17 points because the score was what, 14-3 or 14-7 or something like that. So like when you say did he make up for it by holding the next team in the Super Bowl by 10 points? Not really.
3.
Huh?
3.
Okay. 3 points.
3 points, Jaylon. The Rams offense that year. The Rams offense that was freaking insane. Okay.
It also doesn't
3.
make up for the perfect season he let go. So like there's like does it balance out? Not really. To me, it's like okay, I still give Tom more credit for that win. Like the way I see it is it came down to like that drive where when Rob Gronkowski caught the ball right on the goal line or whatever, and Tom made that happen. And by the way, they changed the playbook and all the plays they were going to do like an hour before the game. So do you think that any quarterback could have had that happen to them and then executed well enough to win the game? Because I don't.
I think
like right before.
I think Super Bowl 53 is Belichick's masterpiece. I think it's the greatest thing he's ever done, even better than what he did against the Bills, and that is in the Hall of Fame. I think Super Bowl 53 is the most ridiculously dominant thing I've ever watched from a defensive perspective. And we ain't got no Von Miller, okay? we ain't got no Khalil Mack.
Yeah, you got a Dante Hightower.
But Dante Hightower's a different type of player. He's a leader. He's a captain. He's smart, but he ain't gonna just rack up sacks all day long and kill everybody on every down. These are made up of guys who are just great guys. They're just great guys, and it's all about cerebral. It's all about being everyone working as a machine, and that is coaching right there, dude. That's all the way coaching. But Brady couldn't break through. Brady couldn't break through until the very end. Julian Edelman got MVP, but yet it never converted to points. All that work that Julian put in, he never converted to points. Stephon Gilmore should have been the MVP of that.
I still don't think Stephon Gilmore
But-
should have been an MVP. If you get an MVP as a defensive player, they would have had to score 14 points as a defensive player. For Stephon Gilmore to get it as a defensive player, he would not only have to make that interception, he would have had to run it back for a touchdown and then do it again, and that would have had to be in a walk-off touchdown. Because you generally don't want to give it to a defensive player.
Because Stephon Gilmore isn't just on him alone, it's a representation of the defense. So he would be representing the defense. Dude, 3 points,
Yeah,
Jaylon.
but when you give it to a defensive player, I gotta look at the defensive player and go, "You're the reason they won the game." I have basically created a Ray Lewis test. Remember what Ray Lewis did in 2000, or Derek Brooks did in 2003 or whatever it was, 2002. If your
2002.
performance doesn't live up to theirs, you can't get MVP as a defensive player. So when it's like by default, it goes to the offensive player.
Well, how many touchdowns did Edelman have?
Huh?
How many touchdowns did Edelman have?
I don't care. He kept the offense going the entire game. Like the entire game, the offense was kept going by Julian Edelman. He was the most important player throughout the entire game.
We stalled out every single time. We couldn't even get to the red zone. We couldn't get to the red zone.
He's the reason that you guys didn't end up with them on your red zone a bunch of times or whatever, because the drive didn't stall out at the 10. Okay? So Julian Edelman was the most important player. We're never going to agree on this. So let me ask this last thing. Who do you think's run was more impressive to get to a Super Bowl? The New York Giants in 2007, when they went through like Green Bay and I don't remember who else they went to. They finished off with the undefeated Patriots, because I'm literally having trouble deciding on if that was better than Tampa's run from this past year. Because I'm leaning a little bit more to the Giants, because they beat the team that, even though they lost that game, a lot of people will still say that was the greatest team in history. Even though they didn't win the Super Bowl, a lot of people will still point to the 2007 Patriots as the greatest team in history.
Okay, so you're asking what's the most ridiculous playoff run? That's just improbable and hard and difficult.
Or which one was more impressive? If you're going to just take Brady's playoff run in 2021 or 2020, whichever year it was, versus Eli's playoff run in 2007, and you look at all the teams they faced to get there, who was more impressive?
Okay, so now you're changing the question. Are we talking about Eli versus Tom, or the Giants versus the Bucks? As a team.
The team, but when I break down the team, I always break it down to the quarterbacks.
Well, there's a difference, because Tom's would be more impressive because Tom was fucking awesome. Okay, so
all right, as a team then. I get what you're saying. As a team,
yeah,
as a team.
Eli wasn't much help, only in key moments, but as a team, it's hard. Like Tom's is impressive, but that Giants run was absolutely ridiculous. So I think it started out in Tampa in 07. I think they started out with the Bucks. They were pretty good. But then it stepped up real fast. So they had to go to Dallas and play Tony Romo's Cowboys. That was the best Cowboys team we've seen since the 90s. It still is the best Cowboys team we've seen since the 90s. Okay. That 07 Cowboys team
that's another reason why Jimmy should be in, because he put that team together.
Oh, okay, but that 07 Cowboys team is amazing, all right? Then you've got, they go to Lambeau against Brett Favre. And that year, Brett Favre was playing so well that year, he actually got one of the votes, MVP votes. Tom got 49 and Brett got that 50th one. But that was a great team. That was a great Packers team. To go into Lambeau in the freezing cold like that and win, that's crazy. But then to top it off
that year, not Aaron Rodgers?
No, that was Favre. And then they top it off, okay, with beating, well, I know you don't think so, but in my opinion, they beat two GOATs. So they beat the GOAT head coach and they beat the GOAT quarterback, okay, and that was undefeated.
Yeah, he wrote half of his Hall of Fame acceptance speech in that game.
Nothing, but I'm talking about Giants as a team, not Eli.
Yeah.
The Giants as a team, and through all of that, the Giants did not have the roster that the Bucs had this year. Okay, so the Bucs have Tom Brady. Okay, the Giants had Eli Manning. So
I was trying to think of the Giants' defensive roster though. Like I was trying to think of who was on the
in 07.
It was Justin Tucker, Michael Strahan.
Yeah.
And they have a 4-3, so I know there was one other person, but I can't remember who it was for the life of me. But I like that front four was vicious that year. Like that the front four they had and the one they had in 2011 actually was like one of the most vicious front fours I've ever seen.
Okay, and you had one more question. Something about the quarterbacks.
Oh,
Patriots.
I think it was Patriots versus Tampa. Like, you got a score yet? You got a prediction?
Oh, no. I no, because I need to see preseason. But no, you had a question about the quarterbacks, the Patriots quarterbacks. Who do I think's you mentioned something about...
it was a statement. It was a statement.
Okay.
It was a statement.
Right.
It was a statement saying that that Cam will either start or get cut because they have 4 quarterbacks on the team because 2 of them are like one of them is going, but it's either going to be Cam or Jared, and the other 2 are for sure staying because Brian Hoyer is the backup of all backups, and Mac Jones is like the unquestioned starter. Oh yeah. And I also think I don't get how it's more pressure. This is actually something I just thought of. I don't get how it's more pressure to be the number 1 overall pick than it is to be like the 6 overall, to be way back in the draft, because when you're the number 1 overall pick until recently, unless you walked into the owner's office and saw his wife standing up and said, "Hey, Toots, why don't you go get me a drink?" and then slapped her on the ass, there was pretty much nothing you could do as a number 1 overall pick to get cut within the first 2 years or whatever. So you were going to have a chance to make the team. Where if you're the 6th pick or whatever, you could someone could sneeze and you could not say "God bless you" fast enough and you could get cut. So I don't get how it's more pressure to be number 1 overall than it is to be the 6th round draft pick or whatever, because if you're number 1 overall, you're going to stay on the team. You have to really screw up in order to get yourself kicked off the team if you're their number 1 overall pick.
Do we have situations to where guys have tried to slap the owner?
No, it was an example. It was an example. It was just an extreme example of what you would have to do to get kicked off as number 1 overall pick.
So the pressure on a number 1 pick, you mean 1st overall, right?
Yeah, because you're gonna be on the team. No matter what, they're going to give you time to figure it out.
Well, it's a different type of pressure, right? So the pressure on the 6th round quarterback would be after he makes the team, right? But the first overall pick, the reason the pressure is so bad on those guys is because they're being asked to be a miracle worker. So you're going to a shitty team, okay? This team is number 1 pick because they suck, and most of them are organizationally bad. We're talking, and not just organization, but generationally bad, for a long time. And as far as small generational eras in football go, I'm not talking about real generations, but the
I did
pressure
think of
is
the
so
last
high
thing.
because they're expecting you to just snap your finger and everything work. And that's where the pressure comes from. And not only that, now it's worse because before the 2011, I think it was 2011 collective bargaining agreement, you were number one pick. You got paid guaranteed
A
like what was it?
boatload of
Oh
money.
yeah, oh yeah. So you could
Yeah,
suck.
like
It didn't matter.
Jamarcus Russell got like 50 million
Yeah.
or whatever, 25 million or something like that. I think they changed that or whatever and made it so that that's why I think that's probably one of the reasons why it's not like that what I said anymore. Why first round picks can get cut now because they're so cheap. So like if I still think if they had like that high price tag on them that they would probably get cut less. Oh,
But
there
you're
was
allowed
one
to.
of
But hang on, Jim.
yeah.
Well, I like this. I like this conversation. So,
Mhm.
when you're number one overall,
Mhm.
everything you do is watched. Every
Yeah.
single thing. You throw a pick. Oh my God! Bust, bust, bust. Okay. Everything is scrutinized. When you're the 6th round pick and you go out there, you get your chance, and maybe you throw an interception. Nobody gives a shit. And then you throw a touchdown pass, and everyone's like, "Yeah, look at that dude! 6th round, 7th round pick throwing a touchdown pass." It's different, man. It's just different. But that first overall pick, if you're not out there playing like you're already belong with the Aaron Rodgers and Tom Brady's of the world, people shit on you, and the organization will start to listen. They start listening to that chirping on ESPN. They start to listen. The owners will start to listen to people like Stephen A. and Max Kellerman and all those people, and it leaks into their psyche, and then you end up in a Sam Darnold situation. That's how it works. But that's what we mean by pressure, and also on the field pressure, because again, going back to you're on a shitty team, all right, and that's the problem right there. So the biggest problem. So I would say that's why. I always say it's better if I was a quarterback being drafted now, I would want to be picked in the teens or the 20s of the first round. I don't want to be number one overall. No way. No thanks. I don't want anything to do with that. Unless I'm going to a team like the 49ers, like Trey Lance got. He got a good deal. He got a good deal because 49ers are not a 3rd overall pick team. I know they traded for that, but still, he got lucky. But normally, you're picking 3rd, you're going to a shit team.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I don't know how to evaluate their quarterback. Their quarterback was good enough to get him to a Super Bowl, but when I really look at it, it was that one goddamn pass that he missed that was right over the top that was dropped. He could have dropped it into Emmanuel Sanders or whatever, and he like missed it. And I think that's when they started to question if they had the right guy or not. But last thing I wanted to touch on, because I just remembered, was the Aaron Rodgers Aaron Rodgers quarterback thing. I just wanted to get my thoughts. I don't think Green Bay should do hardly anything because I don't think Aaron Rodgers will retire. I don't think he can have a better chance playing with another team. Also, if I do trade him to a team, I'm not trading him to a good one. I'm gutting the team when I do it. I'm asking for like 10 first-round picks and like 3-year players. So like if you're Cleveland and you ask me for Aaron Rodgers, I'm gonna be like, I want 10 first-round picks. I want Myles Garrett. I want OBJ, and I want Jarvis Landry, and I need a quarterback. So give me Baker. So like and basically it's gonna be like that for every single team. I'm not asking for like a 2nd-round pick. And Aaron doesn't have a no trade clause, so he can't like pick where he goes. So I'm trying to pick out like the worst team possible for him to go to. I'm like can I send him to the Jets?
Green Bay, you mean? Yeah.
Yeah. If I'm Green Bay, if I'm sending him anywhere, I'm not sending him to a good team unless I've completely gutted that team for them to get him. Like that's the only way I would send him anywhere else. I also don't see him pulling a Le'Veon Bell. Like I could see Deshaun Watson doing it because I believe he actually believes in what he doesn't want to come back for. Like I believe there are reasons he doesn't want to come back to the Houston Texans that are beyond football. I believe Aaron Rodgers is just fickle. Oh, and there's one other thing before I wanted to go. Aaron Rodgers should be getting more of the blame for the last game he played in the season. When he didn't wave the team off the field, I believe he had this thought going on to his head. If I wave the team off the field and I don't actually score a touchdown here, then I look like the failure. If I just let Matt LaFleur do what he wants to do, then Matt LaFleur looks like the failure. And then I don't have to actually, face the fact that I can't actually rise to the moment. I believe Aaron Rodgers thought about that in the moment, and that's why he didn't wave his team off the field. So I believe Aaron Rodgers deserves way more blame for what happened with Green Bay than Matt LaFleur does. Because again, a person of his caliber has the right to wave off the kicking team whenever he wants.
Sure.
I
would have waved them off. If I'm Aaron Rodgers, I wave them off. If I'm the quarterback, I wave them off.
But I believe he didn't, because he knew that if he did that, it would be like the audience. He is intellectually smart enough to know that if he does that, then the whole arena will expect him to have done it. And if he fails, then they'll all blame him. And the whole thing would have been, the narrative would have been Aaron Rodgers is responsible for this loss, whereas the narrative after the loss was Matt LaFleur was responsible. And I think he thought about that and didn't do it because of that reason.
All right. Well, that's interesting. Thanks, Jaylon, for calling. I appreciate it, man.
You're welcome. Later, man.
Thank you for writing all the questions down. I like that, because we were able to just stick to the points. Okay, let's see here. Guys, I'm gonna be right back. Just give me 2 minutes. Don't go anywhere, and I'll take more of y'all's phone calls, and I got a few things I want to talk about. I want to show you guys some stuff on the internet that I found, some really weird, funny things. I just want to see what you guys think about. But I'll be right back. Okay.
I wanted to be a Power Ranger. I joined a Taekwondo gym and ran through the ranks. I began to compete to test my mettle. Sparring in the living room was a must. I went to the World Championships and placed in both forms and sparring. After winning many trophies, I wanted something more. Addicted to the best MMA promotions at the time, Pride and UFC, it was time to film my first real martial arts movie. Complete with a training montage, Stealing Sunrise 2 Malibu Trail was the first film to showcase my passion for the martial arts. I achieved my first degree black belt. Bored don't hit back, so I tested myself against the cinder block and emerged victorious. Battling giants on screen and legendary modern-day martial arts legends like Richard Ryan, this film was the seed that grew into what is today Mental MMA. Bringing you live play-by-play action, debating current hot topics in MMA and more. This is the place to be. It's on. I wanted to be a Power Ranger. I joined a Taekwondo gym and ran through the ranks. I began to compete to test my mettle. Sparring in the living room was a must. I went to the World Championships and placed in both forms and sparring. After winning many trophies, I wanted something more. Addicted to the best MMA promotions at the time, Pride and UFC, it was time to film my first real martial arts movie. Complete with a training montage, Stealing Sunrise 2 Malibu Trail was the first film to showcase my passion for the martial arts. I achieved my first degree black belt. Bored don't hit back, so I tested myself against the cinder block and emerged victorious. Battling giants on screen and legendary modern-day martial arts legends like Richard Ryan, this film was the seed that grew into what is today Mental MMA.
All right. Let's see. I only lost one of you, it looks like. Thank you, guys. All right. Okay. So yeah, oh, we got a super chat. So Addy Basorno sends a $5 super chat. He says, "Good thing Browns came and stated they didn't want Rodgers." That's true, and I actually recommended or floated the idea that Rodgers should want to try to go to Cleveland because they've got such a great roster and they seem to be right there. But so if I was Aaron, I would want to go to Cleveland if he's wanting to make something happen but we don't even really know what his we don't even know what this guy wants. He's not very clear. Like he's just to be honest with you, I'm so sick of Aaron at this moment and the Packers situation. I'm just so tired of nobody's saying anything. So board no hit back. Board no hit back. That's right. Let's see here. Yeah. When the number one draft pick, if you're selfish and you don't care, then the money is fine. But I'm under the assumption that what Jaylon was talking about was a player who wants to be good. And if you want to be good and you want to have a good career, then that pressure would be there. Sure. So, thank you, Raphael. BAS, let's go, baby. Hell yeah. Yeah. All right. So there's something I want to show you guys on the. Let's see if this works. I don't know. Let me get a lot of this crap out of the way here. All right. So first off, when I sent Adam Vinatieri, here we go. Who the hell is that? Adam Vinatieri's top 10 kicks? Top 10 kicks of Adam Vinatieri's career? Who is that? This is the NFL, people. Someone got paid to do that. Someone actually got paid to do that. Isn't that awesome? That's Steven Gostkowski. Morons. Wow. Oh, he's just a Patriots kicker. Throw him up there. No, not even a millennial. Probably some Generation Z kid with purple hair or some shit. Probably put that together. Nice job, NFL. Real nice job. Idiots. That's the kind of professionalism you could expect from now on, people. So now check out this guy. So Tom sent these awesome tweets. At first, when I saw them, I didn't believe them. I didn't even know they were. I didn't think they were real because it was such good shit talking. But the first one's pretty good. The second one's the best. The Packers kicking a field goal down 7, although they were actually down 8, which makes it even worse. And then Aaron Rodgers. But look at this dipshit. Tom, it's hard not to read this with a mocking voice, okay? Tom Brady has had a top 5 defense 90% of his career, the best starting field position out of any quarterback, has a worse playoff passer rating than Tim Tebow, Mark Sanchez, and Blake Bortles, carried by his defense, and bailed out, throws checkdowns only, luckiest player ever, hasn't, whatever, looks like he got cut off there. Of course, I wrote, see, Pete, there's this thing in mathematics that the more numbers you acquire, the more difficult the percentages become to keep at a higher number. Now, what I'm talking about here is that he pointed out 3 quarterbacks who have a very small playoff game career, which is hilarious that he would even mention this. But this is the kind of stupidity that you will get on Twitter. And it's pretty much most of Twitter that I've found. And Tom Brady's page, his Twitter page, gets more hate. All right? More hate. Than I don't know. I can't think of another athlete that gets treated like this. But every time he comments something, there is nothing but hate, dude. Nothing but crap. I mean, there are so many people with BDS. It's just unreal. But I thought this was pretty funny, though. He's already talking shit. And then there was another one he did that was good. Talking about Aaron regarding not going for it. But, of course, it's all in good fun, but still, it's pretty good stuff. So, of course, we got the Stephen A. Smith and Kwame Brown situation where, I mean, really, guys. So, for those of you who don't know, Kwame Brown has been calling out a lot of people, but he called out Stephen A. Smith specifically recently because Stephen A. Smith basically made his career off making fun of Kwame Brown. And that's really how his big thing on ESPN was Kwame Brown. And I bet a lot of you guys will remember that because it's what he always said. That was his tagline, or his phrase, you know, his claim to fame kind of thing. So making fun of Kwame all the time. Well, Kwame fights back and he gets on his own YouTube channel and starts talking shit. And he's just destroying Stephen A. I mean, he's saying everything that I've ever said, but just with more cuss words, more aggression, just way more blunt than anything that I've ever said. It's really, really funny, and it's really interesting, a lot of it. And Stephen A. has no response for that. He has no answers because really everything Kwame said was true. And Stephen A. responds by going on ESPN and talking at him, responding on his ESPN, I think it was SportsCenter or a segment of SportsCenter or something. And all he did was show bloopers of Kwame Brown. Okay. What player doesn't have a blooper reel? Right? So that doesn't make any sense. But more to the point, everything Kwame was accusing Stephen A. Smith of, Stephen A. literally did as his reply, as his defense, which is go on ESPN, under the lights, and do it. Why didn't Stephen A. respond from his house, on his phone, or through like a private channel? Why do it on ESPN? Because he's a company man. He wanted the ratings, which means I don't believe his response was his. I think someone wrote that for him. I think that entire segment of his response was written for him. But his response alone is exactly what Kwame was talking about. But the reason I'm mentioning this is because that's what these guys are. Okay? Stephen A. Smith and all of them, that's what they do. This is who they are. They're fake. Fake as hell, dude. All of them. Stephen A.'s just one of them. But they're all like this. They're afraid to get down. They're afraid to argue. They're afraid to debate live. See, when I do this show for you guys, and you guys join with me, I have to just do this shit like as it comes to me. You know, you guys ask me questions. You guys come on. Sometimes people agree. Sometimes they don't. But I've got to answer immediately. I've got to respond, and that's not easy. It's not easy. Like people think it's easy, but it's not. You've got to be on point all the time. And if you're not, and you make a few mistakes or a few errors, people let you hear about it. But these guys, they don't have that. They don't know what the fans are. They don't even care what the response is while they're up there just saying random shit all the time. And a lot of it's scripted for them. So they don't have what it takes to actually get into a real debate. And I'm just glad somebody's calling them out. I'm glad I'm not the only one. I'm glad there are other people now. So, yeah, Kifanov. Yeah, Stephen A. didn't respond to the substance of the argument and just resorted to making fun of Kwame. He's a certified bitch. Exactly. That's what he did. He just went back to the same thing. And it's like, dude, that's exactly what Kwame was talking about. And you just did it again. Say something else. Give us a basketball reason why you think he's a bust. A real basketball reason, like a legitimate one, not just a blooper reel. What does that prove? What does that even do? I can make a blooper reel on everyone. Okay? You can make a blooper reel on Michael Jordan. You can do it to anybody. So that doesn't mean anything, but that's what these guys do. And they've never mentioned anything about his personal life or what he's done for his family or things he's done, the good things he does on his channel. He donates his super chats to a kids organization that's local around where he lives. They don't ever mention that stuff, but of course they're not going to because they're douchebags. So. All right, so if there's anybody who hasn't called who wanted to call, go ahead and do that now. I believe Justin Chetlat tried to get through at one point. And Justin, if you're still watching, now's your opportunity. Yeah, guys. Okay, so me and Jaylon are never going to agree on the Belichick thing. That's just never going to that's never going to happen. So it's just I don't know. We're just never going to I'm never going to convince him. He's never going to convince me of that. That's just never going to budge. There are things I do agree with Jaylon on, which is I think it's impressive that Joe Gibbs was able to win 3 Super Bowls with 3 different quarterbacks. 2 of them, I believe 2 of them were backups. So, yeah. So that's pretty awesome. So we agree on that. And we both agree that changing the Redskins' name was stupid. But if everyone agreed with me all the time, you know, it's just, it's an echo chamber, you know. Now, I don't mean people should try to disagree if they, even though they don't believe what they're saying. I'll know if you're just talking shit. I'll know if you're just lying, or if you don't really believe what you're saying. But that's the thing. I want fans of other teams who hate the Patriots or hate Tom Brady. I want them to come on. I want them to tell me what they think, and we'll talk about it. That's what makes this fun. But most people aren't willing to go there. and I can't find any YouTuber who has an open invitation policy that says anybody who wants to debate or anybody who, I don't know of any. I'm sure there are probably, of course, but I don't personally know. But there's not that many. I know that. Most of them won't ever do that. They will not risk looking bad or possibly looking bad in front of their audience if somebody comes in and gives them the business. So, Justin, how's it going, man?
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, glad to get you on. I saw you earlier, but there was already a connection, so.
Yeah, well, I didn't realize that I was actually connecting to this. I just saw a notification on my phone, and I clicked on it, and I was like, what's this? And I totally forgot that this was the call-in line.
Okay.
So,
nice jersey.
Oh, thanks. Yeah.
You got the patch.
I bought this. Yeah, I bought this as soon as they want. Actually, as soon as the game was over, I got online and purchased this.
Awesome.
But so I had a couple of just moderate, probably things that you've talked about. I've missed a couple of your shows, but one has to do with Patrick Mahomes. I'm trying to figure out why it is that everybody has jumped on Patrick Mahomes as the greatest of all time so quickly. Obviously I'm a Brady fan, but I think Mahomes is great. I don't understand though. He's played 3 seasons. Why is it, do you think, that he has become the lead horse now in the GOAT discussion here to replace Brady? Outside of the fact that everybody just hates Brady in the media.
Okay. Well, there's 3 major reasons. One of them, number one, is to oppose Brady, like you just said. But you said other than that. But other than that, it's also the NFL wanting that because they know that Brady's not always going to be there, and they need a new face. They need a new somebody, so they're going to push for that. And the third is the media. Right now, the way the media works these days, especially social media and all of the ESPN and FS1 shows that we're talking about, like I was just talking about Stephen A. Smith, for example. Everything is a payoff right now. Like nobody has any patience. Everything is an over the top take now, and that's the kind of mentality of society at this moment. One thing happens in the news and something that's isolated, for example, and next thing we know, we're passing legislation in the government affecting the whole country because of one incident that happened in some state that nobody even knows what's going on, But it's like that with sports too. So one thing happens and then the whole league is changing its entire form because of that, and I think that's also a problem. So that's the deal with Mahomes, and people are prisoners of the moment. And I will say this, that the NFL's always had that. We've always been prisoners of the moment. When I was a little kid, it was John Elway. Elway was, oh my God. I never even liked Elway that much. I wasn't a fan of his. I didn't like his style. I didn't have anything against him personally. I was more of a Warren Moon kid, But I loved the quarterbacks who dropped back, scanned the field and just drop dimes to everybody, and that was Marino, that was Moon, and Montana, and that is the kind of guys I liked. I didn't like the overly athletic dudes. So Elway didn't get me, but he was overhyped. In the 90s, it was Brett Favre. You remember? Or wait, how old are you? You might not even remember.
I remember. In fact, I remember Warren Moon. I'm 41. So.
Oh, okay, perfect. Oh, dude, you graduate in 98?
Yes.
Okay. So did I. Okay, cool. So, so you exactly remember the same thing. So you remember how in high school, all it was Brett Favre. Brett Favre. It's like, I'm so sick of hearing about Brett Favre. My God, It was.
Well, so for me, right, I grew up in Massachusetts, and which is a completely other debacle. But growing up in Massachusetts, right, and hearing all about the history and the birthplace of the revolution and
Yep.
you know all of this, and constantly hearing people talk about the Dallas Cowboys as America's team, even in the 80s and the 90s, right? Which
Yeah.
Texas was kind of like the seat of defending slavery, right, in the Civil War. And they weren't part of the original. Like, it just drove me crazy, and it drove my dad crazy. He grew up as a Patriots fan, and hearing about the Dallas Cowboys as America's team, right, with Roger Staubach, which again, that's a different. Roger Staubach was great. I don't want to take anything away from that team, but
Yeah. He
but
was
it
Captain
just
America.
infuriating.
So
Yeah. So I get that, and growing up, it was the big ones were Favre, Montana, Steve Young, and Troy Aikman. Those were the guys, that everybody wanted to talk about, right? And of course, the only one that I really knew was like Steve Grogan, right? Because, hearing and so I agree. Like that's always been a thing. And we always have to try, for some reason, and like make the discussion about like one person, right? Like this is the best. And my thing has always been, and it doesn't matter what sport you're talking about, but the amount that differentiates between, let's say, the top 50 guys, right, to ever play the game is very small, generally, right? So you could take the top 50 baseball players, right? And the difference between number 1 and number 50 is going to be a very, very small percentage.
Sure.
But the more that you focus in, right, maybe you can separate out a little bit more. But this whole GOAT discussion really frustrates me. In two respects. One, with the Brady Mahomes thing, to me, just I don't understand, because Mahomes isn't even in that conversation yet, right?
No.
I don't think Mahomes is even in the Hall of Fame conversation yet. He still has to play a few more years just to make sure that he solidifies that, right? I mean, what if he breaks, what if he breaks a couple of bones next year, or breaks his back and he can never play again, right? He's not a Hall of Fame quarterback yet. So there's that discussion. And then of course there's the other, GOAT discussions that occur right now, like in basketball with LeBron James. And I don't understand that at all. Like, people throw around LeBron James as though Larry Bird never existed.
I know.
So actually, that's one of the things that I wanted to ask you about. If you were going to do a series on Larry Bird at some point, as being just kind of forgotten, I think that would be.
He never gets mentioned ever, and
He
anymore.
doesn't.
Now, when we were young, he did. I remember a time where it was Jordan versus Bird, like
Right.
that was all of the talk. In fact, it was such big talk that they started doing advertisements and made video games.
Yeah.
Out of it.
I had the video game.
Yeah, because it was a big deal back then. But as time has gone by, they've forgotten them. But before you could even talk about LeBron James and if he's the GOAT or not, I'm going to ask you a direct question. If you're starting a team right now and you could pick both of them as young people, do you take Kobe Bryant or LeBron James?
I would probably take Kobe Bryant.
Well, I would too. Okay. So why would I take Kobe? Dude, Kobe is a workaholic. I'm serious. He's got Brady's mentality. All right.
Yes.
He's like the basketball version of that, but he's just as good as a basketball player. And what I mean by that is he's great enough without the mental. Without the mental, he's still just great enough to do what you need him to do. But you got him. LeBron to me is mentally weak, and I don't think he's got the same type of leader. But yet people automatically forget about Kobe and put LeBron above Kobe. But I'm asking the question: who would you take to run your franchise for 20 years? And I would take Kobe. That's what and the same thing with Larry Bird. I'd take Larry Bird. I would take, of course, Jordan. Right. That's a no-brainer. We don't even have to talk about Jordan. That's just ridiculous to even. I think it's stupid that the people is LeBron better than Jordan? What are you talking about?
Yeah,
Jordan is Jordan. Okay, Jordan is Jordan, and then everybody else.
So I disagree with you a little bit there. I think I don't think that Jordan is that far above everybody else. I really don't.
Oh, really?
I watched Jordan play, and there's no denying that he was amazing. But I don't think that you can clearly separate his greatness from the greatness of somebody like, say, Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, Wilt Chamberlain. Those guys, again, all of them, I think that they're all in the same tier. I think that's how I approach the GOAT conversation, particularly in basketball. I have tiers, and I would put Jordan up there with those guys because Jordan, Bird, and Magic Johnson in particular, they saved the NBA in a way that nobody else has. In fact, I would say that LeBron is the antithesis. He's the opposite of Jordan and Bird and Johnson.
Well, he's single-handedly right now ruining the NBA.
Yes.
The NBA right now is because he is the worst ambassador for the sport he could possibly be at this moment.
They're losing money hand over fist, which is just how do you do that? Anyway, so I think that in that regard, right? Like, I think that in baseball or in basketball in particular, it's really hard to differentiate between your greatest players. I think it's you make a little bit easier if you break it down by position, but even then you run into some problems, separating people out, and separating, the greatness of like Julius Erving from Larry Bird, right? But I think that you can do a little bit better by breaking it down by position. So anyway, I say all of that to say, like, at least there's an argument to be made in that conversation, right? For who's the greatest NBA player of all time, right? Is it Magic Johnson? Is it Larry Bird? Is it Wilt Chamberlain? Is it Michael Jordan? Most people, I think, would say Michael Jordan, and I think they have a solid case.
Sure.
But when you get to like football, right? Like, there's no question that the quarterback is the most influential position. And I don't think that I think that most people don't look at this and evaluate the position in the same way, like with the same rubric for everybody, right? Like the way that we evaluate somebody like, say, John Elway is different than how we evaluate somebody like Joe Montana or Tom Brady, or Dan Marino. And that causes a problem. But even when you have that conversation, I just don't understand how you get to like Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes is a fantastic quarterback. He's amazing. And he seems like a really great guy, right? Very much the same way that Tom Brady was when he was young.
Yeah, Patrick comes across very mature. But he's got his head on straight. Yeah. Yeah,
absolutely. He seems like a great guy, and pretty thoughtful. He doesn't just talk out of his ass, right? And he's respectful of everybody, and he tends to just keep his personal life personal. It's great, right? Yep. but even after Tom Brady, now I remember after Tom Brady had beaten and Belichick had beaten the Carolina Panthers, and they were going to their third Super Bowl against the Eagles. That's when the conversation started about Tom Brady being like a Hall of Fame quarterback.
Right.
Right. And I remember talking to people. So at that time, I was still kind of new to football. I didn't really know who actually, even at that time, I did not really even know who Peyton Manning was. And so I was learning all this on the fly for the Super Bowl. And hearing people talk, even then I thought, like, these guys are really young to be in the conversation for, like, best ever.
Sure.
You know? And those are guys that were incredibly accomplished, even at that point, right? Mm-hmm. So I just think that conversation is ridiculous. I also wanted to say that I think you guys had a great conversation a minute ago, but Super Bowl 53 was an incredible Belichick defensive achievement, and Stephon Gilmore was incredible in that game, and I think Brady, given what he was up against, was incredible in that game. I don't think he gets enough credit for how well he did perform with such a stifling defense, but Super Bowl 53 was absolutely, that was Belichick. That was absolutely.
I'll
Belichick.
tell you this much: it makes 52 hurt a little less. It made 52 hurt a little less. They all hurt. I mean, losing sucks, but I was more forgiving. I was more like, okay, all right, Bill. After 53, because that was ridiculous. 3 points, dude. Three points in a Super Bowl. 3 points.
Well, from what they were the highest scoring offense that year, right? The Rams
They weren't. They were close.
Yeah.
It was close. If it weren't.
I want to say they were the highest scoring offense that year. But yeah, I mean, that was just incredible. That was amazing. And so I just figured I'd throw that out there. Bill Belichick defensively, like you said, I don't think there's any doubt. There's no question. There's no argument to be made here. He is far and away the best defensive coach that the NFL has ever seen. It's not even close.
But
anyway,
going back to what you said about Patrick Mahomes and why people think that but the majority of it is anti-Brady. It's anti-Brady. They're looking for the next big thing. They wanted Peyton to be that. Now the Brady hate didn't start at first. It took a while. Around 06 and 07 was when it started getting a little weird, you know?
Yeah.
But before that, everyone liked Tom, and there was nothing against, but Peyton was still the man. He was still considered the man. And after Tom did what he did in 07, and then Tom came back from his injury and won an MVP in 2010, and then he went back to Super Bowl, it was clear that Tom is probably going to end up one of the greatest ever. And,
sure,
everyone knew this, but it was pissing people off. But when Rodgers started winning his first MVP and Rodgers came along, that's when they thought, okay, well, if Peyton's not going to do it, we want Aaron Rodgers to be the guy. And they started jumping on the Aaron Rodgers bandwagon, and it was like the greatest, most talented person. See, when they start saying things like that, when someone says he's the most talented quarterback who's ever played, he's the best thrower of the football I've ever seen. Oh, he passes the eye test. You know what all that means? That means that you have no realistic accomplishments to support your argument on why he's the best of all time. So you say that shit. I don't have to say anything about Brady other than here's his resume. Beat it.
So
okay.
So So let me ask you this then. Do you think that it's the same thing that causes, like, say, the Marvel movies to be such huge hits when they're empty, vacuous films? Yeah, right? But they're exciting to watch, right? There's all kinds of stuff happening on the screen. And so you'll have a film like that everybody loves, whereas like a film, let's say, like, I don't know, Memento. I don't know if you've ever seen Memento. It's an old film, but
I love that movie.
Yeah, it's amazing. You get a film that's slower paced and really well thought out and really well written, but it doesn't get the same attention. Do you think it's the same thing then that causes somebody like Aaron Rodgers or Lamar Jackson or Patrick Mahomes to get that kind of attention because they have more happening, right? Like, for instance, in the Super Bowl, they talk about how Patrick Mahomes ran for, like, what was it, like 400 yards or something before he threw the football, right? Something stupid. My thing there is, why are you running around so much, you stupid cunt, right? Like, throw the damn ball, right? Get rid of it, or run across the line of scrimmage. Like, Tom Brady never would have let that happen. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And how much time did Patrick Mahomes kill in that Super Bowl? That then, I mean, the more time he's running around trying to make something happen, the closer he gets the Buccaneers to a Super Bowl victory.
And he's
wearing
out his offensive line is gassed as hell by halftime.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Like, why not just get rid of the fucking ball? You know what I mean? Like, and again,
because
like,
he can't read defenses. You see? So
right.
What his problem is that it's all athleticism. When you're young like that and you're athletic like that, you're trying to use your physical skills and not your mental ones. Brett Favre was a victim of this too. Okay, yeah, I know he won some MVPs, but which Brett Favre would you rather have? 96 MVP Favre or first year Vikings Favre? Okay.
Oh.
I mean, for me,
first year Vikings.
I want the Vikings Favre because he was smarter. Yeah. Oh, up until the very last game. But for the season, the dude was still Favre. He could still boom, boom, boom. But he was being smart with everything. He'd seen everything. Okay? Yeah. So he learned that he can't just be all Favre all the time, like the 90s Favre. Right. He can't be all that. He's got to get smarter. But these guys rely on that. But then they learn throughout their career that they have to change. Look at Michael Vick. Imagine if Michael Vick had taken the quarterback position seriously like he did with the Eagles. When he was a Falcon.
When he was in Atlanta?
Yeah. Imagine if Eagles Vic was 01-02 Falcons Vic.
Sure.
All right. So, but they come into the league with just, I've got these physical gifts. And, dude, I've been witness to it. I watched, personally, I was sitting right there while Kurt Warner and Larry Fitzgerald were arguing with each other. They were into it. And by the way, Kurt Warner does cuss. He does cuss. Just to let everybody know. I know he's a Christian guy and very, very good guy, but he does cuss when he gets mad. They were in a bad argument, and what the argument was about is that Kurt was trying to coach up Larry because Larry was like dropping balls in practice. And again, I know that sounds weird, Larry Fitzgerald dropping balls, but he was a dropper for a while when Kurt first got there, and especially in practice. But Anquan Boldin was this hardworking, blue-collar, type receiver. Anquan Boldin, fought for every. He was like Julian Edelman, right? Like he fought. Yep. There was never a time where Anquan Boldin wasn't doing everything. Right. But Larry is a flashy wide receiver. He was young. He was a high pick, and he was big. He was fast. He said this to Kurt Warner. He goes, "I'm good enough." And it was like, oh my God! I thought someone like just lit a fuse. Everybody just was like, and the look on Kurt Warner's face was insane. Okay, You're good enough. Blah blah. Let me tell you something, man. You're no Isaac Bruce right now. You're no Torrey Holt. What do you think you're doing here? You know. And at one point, he didn't say it exactly, but he said something along the lines of, "You're not even the best wide receiver on this team." Okay. But he didn't say it like that. But he was kind of alluding to that. He was basically trying to say that Bolden was the best guy. But my point is that Larry was all about. He believed it. I'm good enough.
Right.
I'm good enough.
Yeah.
Larry took that seriously after what Kurt said, and him and Kurt got on the same page, and look what happened. Look what happened. They ended up in the Super Bowl in 2008, and Larry was at his best with Kurt Warner. He's never been greater. And but Larry believed, until that wake-up call, he believed that he was good enough. So does Mahomes think he's good enough? Too good that he doesn't have to study. He doesn't have to read the playbook. Now, I'm not saying he doesn't do that. That's going extreme. What I'm saying is, does he study like Brady? Does he study like Peyton? And that's what he needs to start doing. And I don't even think Andy Reid requires that of him. I think it's a different situation. But he's going to have to eventually. And,
sure. Yeah. No, I agree. And I think, look, I remember, so when my dad wasn't a big football fan, he was more of a baseball fan, but I remember him talking about how he didn't like the trend. I mean, this is back in like the 80s, right? 90s. He didn't like the trend of running quarterbacks, right? Because my dad's thing was, your quarterback is the brain, right? Your quarterback can't be worried about trying to run and grab yards. The quarterback has to be aware and conscious of field position and trying to play the game of, just a few yards at a time, right? Whatever that is. If you can grab more, that's great. But you need to be thinking about what's in the best interest in totality. Right. And quarterbacks who run, first of all, they're not thinking about check downs and, what the third option or fourth option is. Their second option is to pass. Their first option always to run. Right.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, the running quarterback is more likely to get injured. So the quarterback who wants to keep his job for a long time and wants sustained success is going to want to look to throw instead of run, because if he runs, he gets hit more, right? Sure.
It's also legal to hit you as if you're a running back. Right. Once you leave the pocket, you no longer have those below the knee rules. You no longer have the head rule and all that. You're a runner. It's different now.
So all of those hits, and people, I've heard this a lot, like about how some of these running quarterbacks, like Cam Newton. One of the things that I don't have anything specifically against Cam Newton, but one of the things that people say in defense of him is that while people hit him, he gets hit like a receiver or a running back. Well, it's because his first option is always to run. Right? Like he's always a runner. If he would stay in the pocket, that would remove him getting hit so often.
That's one of the worst arguments I hear. I remember when during the Ravens Patriots rivalry, Terrell Suggs and Ray Lewis and stuff would always use this against Tom. They'd say, we can't hit Tom, but they let us hit Ben Roethlisberger and all this other stuff. Okay, here's the reason why. Okay, first of all, it's a size difference, so you have to take more risk when you go after a Cam Newton or Ben Roethlisberger to take them down. Also, what does Ben do? Ben always tries to get away. He always tries to get away. He's trying, and when he was younger, he did get away a lot of times, and it takes 2 or 3 guys to come pummel him. Yeah. But what is it that Tom does? When Tom sees a sack coming, he's like, "This play's dead. It's over.
Yeah,
it's over.
Fetal position.
Get down." Okay?
Yeah.
Why? Because I am not valuable to my team if I'm getting my head knocked off. All right?
Yep.
He knows when the play is a busted play. You just know it. And that's a playing style thing. Like Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson's other than Brady, he's my favorite quarterback in the league, right? But Russell talking about the offensive line problems. Okay, I agree that they give up too much sacks, but it also doesn't help, to do certain things. And I'm not saying he's the blame for all of it, but there's a thing there where you got to get rid of the ball. Get rid of the ball more often. And who are all the Iron Man guys? Usually like Peyton. How many games did he go without missing? Eli Manning. Tom. Phillip Rivers. These guys are just never missing games, and it's because of that. And Aaron Rodgers always hurt all the time because he's trying to play hero ball. Dude, Patrick Mahomes, every single time he gets hit, he gets up awkward. Every time.
Yeah.
Go watch.
He's not
go watch
gonna last
any Chiefs game. I pick him at random. You see him get just a sack. Get sacked. He's gonna get up all funny looking and weird looking like every time. It's crazy. He's not going to last if that keeps going. So
No, he's not. So on the manhandling thing, I don't know if you've talked about this or not, but so I've been watching, right? Like I've been a Patriots fan since, as far back as I can remember, but I've been closely following the Patriots since probably 96 that they went to the Super Bowl?
Yep.
Against the Packers. And
that one hurt.
Yeah, that was awful. So I'm just gonna tell you right now, like 85 and 86, it was a bad 7 months for me because the Patriots got pounded into just nothingness by the Bears, and then the Red Sox they gave away the series to the Mets. And I thought that 96 was going to be the redemption, and we it was awful. Yeah. Anyway, so I've been watching the Patriots for a long time. So I've seen almost every game with specifically with Gronk, right? And I've watched how Gronk is just accosted, right, and abused for 9 years, right? This guy, he has guys literally 2 or 3 guys hanging off of him, right? And he goes to catch the ball, and there's no pass interference, right? And I watch, and if Travis Kelce has somebody breathe on him, right?
Yes.
Everybody is throwing a fit why isn't that a pass interference? And it drives me I would love to see Kelce fight through triple and quadruple coverage the way that Gronk has, right? And I was wondering, have you noticed the same thing? Do you think do you think that Kelce has received the same type of coverage that Gronk has, or do you think like I have that he's been kind of babied?
Well, first of all, you guard them differently. You use different personnel on them, but that's one problem right there. So you want the refs have admitted before, and other people within the NFL have admitted that they let players get away with certain things with Gronk because he's so impossible to get down. They've admitted this. So you can't win. I mean, how are you supposed to argue against that? But what you were saying just now about Kelce versus Gronk, if you ever were taking this case to court and you needed Exhibit A, just show the entire jury the 2018 AFC Championship game. Okay, that's Exhibit A. Exhibit A of rules for Gronk versus rules for Kelce.
Sure.
They're riding Gronk as if he is a horse.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm talking jump on. Remember when you're a little kid and you jump on your uncle or your big brother on the back and they take you? Yeah, this literally is happening, and cutting out the knees and stuff. And the ref's I don't know. But then some guy breathed on Kelce's just a little bit of hand fighting. Oh my God, pass interference for Kelce. It's that game will tell you everything you need to know. You don't need any other game. You don't need any. That right there shows you the deal. But that's also that Gronk benefits from that size as well. Let's not get it twisted here. I mean,
well, sure.
So it kind of works out, I guess. I mean, at the end of the day, so.
Okay, I would say that he benefits from his size. The thing is that there have been other guys that are huge, but Gronk had the ability to move, right? He had an agility and a speed that other guys his size typically don't have.
Yeah.
And I think that it's just wrong. Look, this is the Patriots homer in me, okay? But look, he had the size advantage. If you can't cover him, you can't cover him, right? You have to cover within the rules. And I, with that said, I will also say I do prefer. I would rather have, you know, the fallibility and the adjustments and personal nature of people that are refereeing the game than having it be, you know, automatic, right? Like with some kind of like algorithm that's calculating it, right, through cameras or whatever. But I just think that it's ridiculous. Like if it's okay to treat Gronk that way, right? Because he's so athletically and physically ridiculous, then wouldn't it then also translate that it would be reasonable to treat Mahomes and Lamar Jackson a little more rough than it would be, you know, some of the other quarterbacks? I mean, shouldn't we adjust the rules for them since we adjust the rules for Gronk? I don't know. That's
the thing. I mean, can't do nothing about it. It sucks.
Anyway.
It's frustrating. Dude, we watched them make a call in 2017. Okay, so we watched them make a call that gave us the victory, because I believe his name was Jesse James, the tight end for the Steelers. They said that they didn't maintain the ball to get it over the line for the touchdown, and he lost control at the bottom of the line, right? So, and then there was another call that they reversed. It was a touchdown situation. But later that year, when we played the Eagles, the same situations came up, but yet it went for the Eagles, and they completely went against the rules in the regular season. And it made no sense, because we all know that you can't change the rules mid-season. You can't. That's got to be done by the competition committee in the off-season. So how is this possible? And then after that, they even admitted they changed it. It's like, okay,
right.
What the hell is happening here? So
right.
I can't keep up with what they do. I still don't understand how they missed the non-pass interference call in the Rams Saints game. How do you miss that? How? Okay, like I don't understand. It's a bad mistake. It's just stupid. It was just a probably, you know. I mean, I don't know if there was some kind of conspiracy. If it was just one guy. I don't think the NFL is rigging things, but But it was at the very least, it was one of the worst missed calls I've ever seen in my life.
No, I agree. Sure.
But the Rams still, the Saints still lost that game. They still had chances to win. You throw a pick because of Michael Thomas being a douchebag while the ball's in the air. That's a whole different story. But as far as the call itself, though, how do you miss that? So I don't know, man. I mean, there's so many instances like this that you can go back and look at. Look at the Steelers-Seahawks Super Bowl from 2005. That's atrocious.
Well, do you think that the Super Bowl would have been different if the Rams had lost that game to New Orleans?
Oh yeah, it's a completely different game. Completely.
It would have
been a high-scoring game. Mm-hmm.
You think so?
Yeah. Yeah. So here's what caused the Rams 13-3 game. So it was a perfect combination of Belichick having Jared Goff and the offense's number with the help of clipboard torque, Brian Hoyer. And that was a perfect storm that was terrible for the Rams, right?
Right.
And on the other side of the ball, you had Tom Brady's worst nightmare as far as defensive coordinators go, and Wade Phillips.
Sure.
So Wade Phillips has Tom's number. It's like every time they play and he's the coordinator, is always an issue. So you've got this perfect storm of people just beating their heads against a wall. And you introduce the Saints to that now with the Patriots. It's a total different game. The Saints don't have that defense. They don't have Wade Phillips to stifle Tom. So Tom's going to have his way with everything, right? Just like he did with the Chiefs. And then, but at the same time, you've got Drew Brees, who is going to deal out the ball way better than Jared Goff ever could have thought about doing. So now our defense is going to have to play different game and won't be able to get away with a lot of the shit that they got away with, like letting your safety just free and blitzing whenever he feels like it. You can't do that against Drew Brees. That'd be retarded, right? So total different Super Bowl in the 20s and 30s, point-wise, and who knows who wins. You know, I'd like to think we win, but I don't know. But yeah, it would have been a different game completely, though, and that's what people don't understand. I remember Saints fans were saying, "Oh, well, if the Rams were only going to score 3 points, we should have won. We would have beaten the Patriots." And I'm just like, dude, you don't know that. The whole game changes now. The whole thing changes.
The dynamic, everything about the dynamic.
They think so small-minded. Yeah, exactly. They think so small that they think it's just the same. It's like the whole. Remember how people used to say, "Oh, if you put Aaron Rodgers on the Patriots, well, Aaron Rodgers is better than Tom. So if Tom wins 6, then Aaron Rodgers will win 7 or 8." Yeah, this ain't Madden, you stupid idiots. When you put a player in a team dynamic, the whole thing changes. Everything's different now. Every decision is made is different. The feel is different. The relationships are different. It all changes. But people think so simplistically that they think that
all
it's
of the
always that way.
matchups change.
So,
right? All of the matchups change. You don't have the same pressure from the front 7, right, or the front 4 with the Saints. Do you have anybody that can keep up with Gronk? I mean, even in his, hindered state, right? Do you have anybody that can cover him? I don't know. So the Saints would have been a different kind of. I think that would have been, in some ways, I think that would have been a more interesting game. Although, I do tend to prefer, regardless of the sport, I tend to prefer the lower scoring, more defensive type of games. To me, those are generally more interesting because you have people like both sides, both coaches, the players are trying different things than what they've normally done to try and score points and to get any kind of edge, right? But I still think the 2011 UConn Gonzaga national championship game is one of the most interesting basketball games I've ever watched, because even though it was really low scoring, every little thing about that game was interesting. Every movement, every formation, every defense, every attempt to score, everything was hard fought and interesting. And I felt the same way about the 53 Super Bowl 53. But I think that in some ways, had it been the Saints, it might have helped Brady a little bit more. Not that that's the most important thing,
Oh, sure. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a different game altogether, and there's no Wade Phillips and there's no Aaron Donald, and Ndamukong Suh and Aqib Talib, who knows Tom and understands the Patriots offense. Like everybody just knew everything about each other, and it was just very strange and it was just like two two mountains trying to push each other out of a circle that
Which
only
I thought was
required
interesting.
3 inches. You know.
Yes.
But
Which I just thought was a very interesting Super Bowl. I don't know why people didn't enjoy it. I don't know. I thought it was way too intense for my
dude,
taste.
I was losing my mind because nothing would happen. And the lack of nothing happening, the lack of not being able to score was so insane that I was losing my mind. I was losing my mind more than I did in several of the other Super Bowls because
right,
the
like
scoring,
2008 or 2011.
the scoring keeps your mind kind of going and you don't worry. But when you're sitting there watching and nobody can get into the red zone, it's like,
I know.
And then the longer the game goes, the more it creeps into your mind. Oh my God, a field goal will make the difference here. And you're like, oh man, this is not good. So I was a wreck the whole game. So I didn't have time for boredom. Like
it's even worse. It's even worse than that. Like, right, because in Super Bowl 53, right, because you know that a field goal, right, can change everything dramatically, and as Patriots fans, we've watched, right, like the two games specifically the two games against the Giants, right, where they were hard fought games, and the difference can be like a ridiculous, impossible helmet catch, right? Mm-hmm. That is the thing that takes victory away from you, right? Yeah. And so the whole game, I was panicking, and on the edge of my seat because I didn't know if Jared Goff was going to pull an Eli Manning, where he's going to escape all of that pressure from a blitz, and Richard Seymour pulling him down to the ground and throwing up a Hail Mary, and somehow David Tyree catching it despite Rodney Harrison pummeling him. I thought that was going to happen again, So it was really intense. It was really intense.
I want to go back to something you said. You mentioned, and this is your first time calling the show, isn't it? Or
yeah,
second?
I tried to call right after the Super Bowl, but I couldn't get the sound to work.
Okay, so I'm giving you a little bit. I'm giving you more time because I don't think you've ever been on the show before. But
I apologize.
No, it's fine. I was just going to say though that you said something interesting about people want to see the excitement over what you can consider excitement over the more cerebral thing. So they like the flashy quarterback over the cerebral quarterback kind of thing, and so with the movies, it's the same thing. And yeah, it is. It's the mentality thing, and I understand for the most part, but where I don't mind it for the general fan base to be like that, but I don't like it for analysts and people who are professionals in this game who talk like that, because it makes me believe that they think like a child, Right. Like Max Kellerman talks like he's a 12-year-old. The way he gets excited over 12-year-old things. Okay, what 12-year-olds would like, what 12-year-olds think is cool, is what Max Kellerman likes. And I'm thinking, dude, I mean, why are you always against the adult thinking type positions? He's like this in every sport, by the way. But as people are going to tune in to a backyard brawl between two idiots they don't even know who they are, just random dudes, okay? They'll watch that. They might even pay a pay-per-view for it, but will not tune in to the World Chess Championships to see who the greatest chess player in the world is. All right?
Sure.
For me, I would rather watch the chess match.
Sure.
But that to me is different. I'm not saying everybody has to be like that. But that's going to an extreme, of course. But there's something there.
Some of the Fischer matches are still interesting to watch. I'm just saying.
Right. But there's something there about the flash getting all the attention, and that's why the hype was always with the guys who can run a little bit. I wasn't a big fan of Steve Young. I thought his game was ugly. and I thought his game was chaotic, and I didn't like it that much. But
Yeah.
people loved it.
Yeah.
And people was like, "Oh my God, this," And Steve is great. I mean, I have nothing against Steve at all, but I just didn't like his game itself. And I'm a pocket passer type guy, just like in other sports. I like guys who seem to be just very disciplined. I love that. That's why I like Kobe Bryant. He's disciplined.
So,
Same thing.
I think Kobe grew on me as I watched him more. I was kind of biased against him because he came in straight out of high school. And I thought that was kind of foolish, but look, he proved himself over the course of his career. I like guys like so I think Brady is like Greg Maddux, right?
Okay.
Greg Maddux, everybody agrees that Greg Maddux is one of the greats, right? But Greg Maddux never had the fastball, right? That just blew you away, like Roger Clemens or Randy Johnson.
Yeah, he was never Clemens, yeah.
But he had pinpoint accuracy everywhere in the strike zone, and he had ball movement that nobody else had. That like control over the ball movement that nobody else had. And this allowed him to play until he was 40 or something like that. I mean, old. And be effective and have a low ERA. And I see Brady as being very similar. Brady approaches the game in a very similar way to Greg Maddux, in that he understands how to use the game to his advantage and how to use the ball to his advantage. And I don't think that's not appreciated in Brady, and it's not appreciated in football specifically as much as it's appreciated in baseball for some reason. I'm not entirely sure why.
Because I know why. Baseball is all about numbers, stats, and patience. So fans are acclimated already to looking at the details because there's not much going on in baseball. There's a lot of downtime, a lot of nothing happening. It's a game of to watching the game. It's in a game of anticipation, right? So you're just waiting for something to happen. So while you're waiting for something to happen, you're thinking about the little things. What's the pitcher thinking? What's the catcher thinking right now? What's he up to? You're getting in the head of everybody. As where other sports don't have that element as much. It's more just da, 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 and you don't really think on that level. And I think that's the deal right there, is that people recognize that more in baseball. But at least that's what I think might be the case. So
I was actually wondering this, and I meant to ask you this when I called right after the Super Bowl, and I've been meaning to call back to ask. Do you have a breakdown of how you do your MVP scoring, and do you have a category for like errors where a dropped pass doesn't count against the quarterback?
Yeah. So it's in a category called Kurt Warner Precision. So that's the category. It's named after Kurt Warner, and it tabulates and gives certain what are called VAS points, and that's a made up number depending on how important I think something is. And so you weigh the dropped versus the batted balls. So in my opinion, a batted ball is almost always the quarterback's fault normally.
Sure.
You have to be able to anticipate or not let that offensive lineman get his hand up there. You've got to kind of expect it and know where your lanes are and all that. Now, it's not always on the quarterback, but you've got to go when you're trying to assign a number to a real life situation, it's impossible to do it exactly.
Agreed.
Right? Unless it's like a score, a point or something. But when you're trying to assign things that are happening that aren't like that, you have to go with the majority of situations and then work with it that way. So it's really hard. So I would weigh the batted balls against the quarterbacks more than I would weigh it for them. But
Fair
a
enough.
dropped pass is a on-target pass that should have been caught. That is on the wide receiver 99% of the time. There are rare cases where even though it got into their hands and it got to them, you threw it in a position to where they had Ed
Or
Reed
at a
crawling up their
velocity.
ass in the right in the side, and that kind of dropped their concentration a little bit. As a quarterback, you don't want to do that, right? Or like you
Sure.
said, the velocity of the ball may change. So visually on the stat keeper, he's looking at it like, oh, that's a drop. But if you really knew the truth, he talks to the quarterback might say, yeah, I put too much on that. That was ridiculous. That
Right.
was dumb. So I err on the side of majority there. What I think is going to be that. So
Okay.
I weigh those two, right? And then you've got other things involved as far as now the one thing I don't. This is funny. So all the things that I look at, completion percentage is not one of them.
Okay.
That might surprise some people. So
Now, well, not necessarily. I've always felt like, so completion percentage to me wouldn't be as big of a deal because depending on the difficulty of throws that you're having to make, right, your completion percentage is going to be lower or higher. If you're constantly doing shovel passes forward
Yep.
to, a crossing runner, right? And Brady does this sometimes,
Mhm.
which honestly, I don't think I've ever seen this play until Brady and McDaniels started doing it regularly, right? With Edelman and some of the other guys that they had. Those shovel passes, right? Those quick taps forward, those are high percentage receptions,
Sure.
right? High percentage completions. Drew Brees and Brady threw a lot of high percentage completions a lot of the time, depending on Drew Brees. I would say Drew Brees more, but
Way more.
yeah, but as you move the ball downfield, as there's more coverage, the completion percentage isn't necessarily as reliable of a statistic. So
Well,
yeah,
it's
I would
not.
agree.
So I don't like because you remember this whole formula is supposed to give me a mathematical number that tells me who is the best quarterback, and
Right.
so the job is to find out a way to figure that out. Taking a completion percentage based on completions and attempts only. That is like the laziest possible way that you could figure out if a quarterback is accurate. That doesn't tell
Agreed.
me shit. Okay.
Agreed.
So all the little details that I go into a pass and the play and the result of the play and where it was and how it was, all that gives me more information on a completion, on how accurate a guy is, than looking at his completions and attempts. And it's exactly what you.
Sure.
That's why I smiled when you said that. That is exactly why I ignored it, because it is all over the place. It's all over the
Yeah.
place, and I can't. It doesn't tell me anything. It does not tell me if that quarterback is how efficient he is at long throws, or is he getting big chunk yardage, or is he getting? It just doesn't help me, and
Well, and
I can't
and
use
even
it. So
yeah, and even then, like you have quarterbacks that have higher percentage completion percentages, right? But maybe they're throwing to like a Julio Jones or an Andre Johnson, right? Like Matt Schaub
sure.
had a pretty good completion percentage, but who is he? He's throwing to Andre Johnson and DeAndre Hopkins, right? So yeah, I mean that changes things a little bit,
It's just
So-
it's too vague. It's too vague. It's too broad. There's not enough detail for me. I cannot, in good conscience, give these guys points off of completion percentage. That doesn't tell me anything. I can't do it.
Right.
It's just not good
because you
enough.
need context.
And you need context. Even if, and it helps the guys who are low percentage guys. If you're at 60%, that's bad. Okay. In today's NFL, that's terrible. But there's no context for that,
Right.
So
Right.
I need to, all my other stuff that I put into it, all the little things here and there will account for that. So there's no, it would
Sure.
be redundant to use it. And it's just not a good
Yeah.
stat at all. It's not. So.
Yeah. I agree. Hey, I thank you for chatting with me. I
Of
really
course.
appreciate it.
Oh, I
Thank you,
always
man.
do that, man. First-time callers are, or if they haven't been on in a while, I'll let you go for a while. So thank you so much,
Well-
Justin.
Yeah. Have a good night.
All right, bye. So that was it. That was fun. That was interesting. A lot of good comments there, and we had some good conversations tonight with all you guys. How's everyone doing? We've been on at this thing almost 4 hours. Wow. So during that, someone asked me, did Kobe win any without Shaq? Yes, Kobe won 2 without Shaq, and so Shaq won 1 without Kobe, but Shaq had Dwayne Wade as well. But the only thing I mean by that is, to win, you can't do everything by yourself, and everyone keeps saying this, and it's not the case. Everybody needs somebody. You've got to have teammates, and it helps to have coaches. Now, basketball is different than NFL. I don't think coaching in basketball is as essential as it is in football, but you do need those things, and nobody's alone, no matter who they are. Michael Jordan was not alone. He had a lot of good players on his team, so including one of the top 50 greatest players of all time in Scottie Pippen. So everybody has somebody else. You got to have that one other guy, at least that one other guy. LeBron is a different thing. He jumps around. He just goes where a super team can be created. It's very strange to me. I always felt that the real great ones make their mark and do for the team that they're there for, and you change who your team is. You change what they are. And then if you want to leave later on, that's fine. You're later in your career, whatever. Like Jordan went to the Wizards and stuff, but that don't count against them. I mean, he made the Bulls. He did what he was drafted for. He made the Bulls champions, and Kobe's the same way. Kobe was the Lakers didn't draft Kobe, but they might as well have. Okay, so the Charlotte Hornets drafted Kobe, but they traded him immediately to the Lakers. But the Lakers is the team that he went to. The Lakers is the team that he's supposed to make something of them, and he did. And I think that's to be commended a lot more than just bouncing around looking for championships. If he could have gotten Cleveland Cavaliers a championship without leaving the first time, that would look way better. But he went to Miami, then he came back to Cleveland, and after another super team had been formed there, but he screwed them in the process. So it's just, I don't know. It seems very shady to me, very strange, But basketball is also different as far as the way I judge them, the way I judge a lot of how the quality of the wins, and because like in the NFL, winning a Super Bowl is so ridiculously difficult, and people just don't understand, man. It's just so many things have to go right. In the NFL, the playoffs is one game. One mistake costs you everything. That whole season, the whole year, all that work, all those games that you won, and it's all ruined because of one. It could be ruined by one incident, one small play. But in hockey and basketball and baseball, you get a mulligan. You get a chance to fix that screw up. It's just. How many teams in the NBA lost game 1, and come back and win? It's like you get to fix what you. Imagine if the Patriots got to play the Giants 2 out of 3 times, or the Eagles, or anything. I mean, they'd be 10-0 right now. Come on, if they were able to play multiple games. Well, I'm sorry, actually, that's not true. They're probably not 10-0, but You get my point. I say when they hit their stride and they became the great Patriots that we know, the only one I would probably say that they probably don't win in a series was probably 0-1. So I don't think that they would beat Kurt Warner's Rams multiple times. And even Belichick would probably admit that. He's like, they had the perfect storm, the perfect game plan, and it had to work that day. You give Kurt and those guys time to understand what you're about. Oh, okay, we know how you're going to play us now. All of a sudden, the greatest show on turf shows up. So maybe, and I'm saying maybe that one you don't get the win there, but the other ones, Carolina, that Super Bowl shouldn't even have been as close as it was. That was because the defense completely shit themselves in the second half, in the fourth quarter. But it didn't help. Tom threw a pick too. That didn't help. But the third one, that 0-4 Patriots team, those guys were just awesome. Give them a bunch of shots at Philly. So give them several shots at the Giants in 2007. So you see what I mean? It's different. But when you judge other sports, you got to look at it for what it is. Like with tennis, okay? So I don't know if any of you guys like tennis at all, but I mentioned tennis because I'm passionate about tennis. But with tennis, you judge by quality of opponents also. It's not just Grand Slam. It's then you've got era that is important. Then you've got quality of opponents, who they constantly play. Then you've got weeks at number one. How long were they dominant for? How many tournaments did they win? Even the smaller tournaments. You want to count those. All those matter. So it's not as cut and dry like in other sports. So each sport has its own version of what matters, and you've got to weigh those things differently. But I'll tell you one thing that always stays the same. And that is how you measure up against your peers. So no matter what sport it is, if you want to compare the previous generation to the current one, you can't do it with numbers. You can't do it with stats because athletes are getting stronger, faster, quicker, all that, because also with technology and nutrition and all that. So you can't go by that. It's not really fair. And rule changes as well. But the one thing you can go by is just measure their ranking against their own, because everybody was on the same playing field. So if you won a Super Bowl in the 70s, you won a Super Bowl now, winning is winning. Because you can say, oh, winning a Super Bowl now for a quarterback doesn't mean anything because now the rules, well, wait a minute. Okay, so yeah, the rules are easier for quarterbacks to throw and get yards and touchdowns and stuff. But all the other quarterbacks in the league also get that privilege. And just like in the 70s, okay, that quarterback, you say, oh, he's better because he got hit and lit up. Well, so did all the other quarterbacks that he played against. So those other, his own team's defense got the privilege of getting to knock the shit out of the opposing quarterback. So that's an advantage for him as well. So you can't cross them like that based off of numbers and as far as bulk numbers. You've got to go based on ranking. You do that, and that will never fail you in any sport you have. So, oh, nice. Justin Chetlat. Oh, thanks, man. He just sent a $10 super chat after he got off the phone. He said, Bill Russell was absolutely dominant and deserves to be part of the conversation, but Bird took a bunch of rejects, turned them into all-stars and Hall of Famers, and gets forgotten. The only argument I'd have against Bill Russell is it would be like I just said about the tennis conversation, lack of competition. So the league there wasn't enough people, there wasn't enough in it. It's not at the level that it was when Bird was playing or Jordan and those guys. So that would be the only argument I'd say against Bill Russell. If it was the NFL, then maybe it's a different conversation, but actually maybe not, because nobody thinks that Otto Graham's 7 championships is as impressive as Brady's 7 Super Bowls, right? So nobody thinks that unless you're Joe Montana. Unless you're Joe Montana, you don't really think that's the same. So, but if you're Joe Montana, you think that Otto Graham has like 14 championships. So, Thank you, Justin. I appreciate it, man. And great conversation with you. James Johnson, $10 super chat. Awesome, guys. Thanks. He says, the people who don't like Super Bowl 53 are the kind of people who forgot that there are 3 phases to the game. Absolutely. They also don't appreciate or recognize the importance of defense and special teams. Well said, James. Very well said. So that's, that's, that goes back to the simplistic thinking I was referring to. Some people think with just one, and that's fine. I'm not saying everybody has to be an NFL savant. It's okay to just be, you just like what you like and you want to enjoy it. And when I say these things, I'm referring to people who try to pretend like they know what they're talking about and push their opinion on everybody, but they don't even bother to look at those other things. And it's just, well, what are you doing, man? I mean, you can't. It's not just one thing. It's a whole combination of things. I've always made the argument as far as like Super Bowl 53 and the argument between Brady and Belichick. And I'm sure a lot of you guys will remember me saying this. This was in 2019. Okay, I was saying this. So in 2019, Tom was still a Patriot. We finished 12-4 that year, but everyone was speculating about Tom leaving. And you guys remember what I said? I said, whatever happens from there, if one of them leaves and they get separated, whatever the other one does by themselves is still a victory by proxy to the other guy. So I didn't know that Tom was going to win the Super Bowl. I didn't know that he was going to win with Tampa Bay and all that. We didn't even know that he was leaving when I said this. But what I meant was that Tom brought everything he knows to Tampa Bay. He changed them. He walks in the doors and the whole team is different. How many of us were watching Tampa Bay Buccaneers games going, that's a Patriot thing. Look at that. We're constantly doing that. We see it. Why is he talking like that in the interview? That's a Patriot thing. What's up with that defensive formation there? I've seen that before. Where have we seen that before? New England. Where have we seen that offense that they're changing up right there? Oh, we've seen that before too. Okay? So Tom brought not only the plays and things like that, but he brought a mentality. He brought a work ethic. All of that. He brought that with him. And that's also Belichick's victory. That's also, Belichick is like your father. You know how your father feels proud when the son does something? He's like, I helped him. I coached him up. I got him here to this point. I feel I'm a proud father. Belichick is like the proud father in a way, and by proxy, he is a part of this. And vice versa. So Belichick, if he gets these Patriots, I'm sure he will get this Patriot team playing good. But Tom helped Belichick win those 6 Super Bowls, and those 6 Super Bowls gives Belichick the clout to stick to his way, the Patriot way, to be hard on these guys and to be able to talk to them a different way than most coaches wouldn't be able to get away with, right? That was earned by winning those rings, and those rings were won with the help of Brady. So anything that goes down right now in New England in the future is also because of Brady. And anything that Tom does is also with the help of Belichick. And that's how I see it. And we can argue all day about the percentage of who did what. But they're universally linked together. They're tied together. You can't change that. You can't, nothing you say is going to change that. They're always linked. 20 years, guys. 20 years together. They are each other. Everything they think and everything they do was built together. Do you guys understand that during Tom's career in New England, they had quarterback meetings, and this was told to us by a guy who did play for us and was Tom Brady's backup for a short time. And he said, there's one thing you weren't allowed in, and it was Brady and Belichick's meeting. So they had a private meeting. Nobody else was allowed. Nobody. Just those two. Coordinator wasn't in there. In fact, Tom will go and see the coordinator separately later on, but it was just him and Bill. And it was the only dynamic that was like that. These guys were in a room coming up with shit that nobody, it's like totally private. You're doing that for 20 years? 20 years together? You're telling me that person is not a part of you? That person, come on. Tom Brady made Belichick a better coach, and Belichick made Tom Brady a better player. All right? It's a dynamic that is linked. It happens at the same time. It rises together. That's how it works. Anyway, maybe I'm just going off here. But it just drives me crazy that people don't understand how the two are linked, and they keep trying to separate them. Oh, does Tom Brady win the Super Bowl prove that it was all Brady? If Belichick but you remember at the beginning of the season when Tampa Bay got stomped by the Saints and the Patriots won and beat the Dolphins? Remember what everyone was saying? Does this prove that Brady was a system quarterback and it was all Belichick? After 1 week. So imagine if it was reversed. What if the Bucs didn't make it to the playoffs, but the Patriots did and won the Super Bowl? Well, they'd be shitting all over Tom. It's all or nothing for these people. But that's not how it works. You're not together for 20 years and not have a part of that person. Not only is that person in your football mentality, that person is a part of your life. It's a part of who you are. Like it or not, that's just how it is. That person has impacted you. So all this shit about separating them. Who was more responsible? Who cares? Which non-Super Bowl Patriots loss in the postseason in the Brady era would you want back? Which non-Super Bowl Patriots loss? I like that. That's a good question. The 2006 AFC Championship game. I think that was the one that a non-Super Bowl game, playoff loss that hurt the most was that one. Jason, if you're still here, do you remember that game? We watched it together. You were at my apartment in Phoenix. It was Colts and Patriots. Patriots were up 21-3 at halftime, and the Colts came back and won. But yeah, that's the one I'd want back because I know that we would have won that Super Bowl. So, but just that game alone, losing that to the Colts at the time, that hurt. That hurt, especially with Adam Vinatieri going to the Colts and then getting that win. Being a Colt, that really stung. James Johnson says a $5 super chat. He says, I am speaking to someone who had an undefeated 11-0 football state championship in high school. It was a 2019 overtime win. Wow. And as you know, even in high school, it took everybody, right? It took everybody. Everybody had to be on point. That's one thing I was trying to explain earlier when I was talking to Jaylon, or what I was explaining was to go 17-0 next year, for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers to go 17-0, you've got to be perfect every week. You cannot rest ever on, we had a good game. You can't. There are no mistakes, none. And it's just so hard. How many teams have played flawlessly but always lose one? No matter how good they are, there's always that one game that they just screw up. Something happens. Something always happens. It's just way too many variables. Way too many variables. You also need luck on your side. To go undefeated, you need luck. Guys, I can bring up the 07 season right now. Remember the Baltimore Ravens game? The Ravens almost beat us. In fact, maybe they should have. But we got out of there. We got away with it. But that wasn't easy. That was close. That was way too close for comfort. You see how easily that could have been derailed. Or what about when we were playing the Colts and Peyton had the ball last? I mean, how many times does Peyton not make that mistake? Or he gets stripped? How many times does Peyton normally make the play? That could have been the end right there. That could have ended up, and then they could have been the ones that went undefeated. Who knows? So there's so many things involved, so many factors. It's just unreal. But it doesn't matter if it's high school or not, because you're in high school, but you're going against other high schoolers. So it's an even playing field. And winning is winning. Winning is winning, and that's just how it works. So the 2010 game against the Jets, that one hurt, but there wasn't as much committed to it. The 06 game was the AFC Championship game. The Super Bowl was on the line, and at halftime, I thought we were going to another Super Bowl. So I had emotionally already been invested into thinking we were going to the Super Bowl. And that one hurt so bad. But 2010, that thing just was off to a bad start already in that game. And with Wes Welker getting, Belichick didn't really help us, by that's another mistake I think he made. It was benching Welker for the first quarter. That does something mentally to your team as well. It takes things out of it puts everybody off. It's kind of like what the Malcolm Butler benching did against the Eagles. It throws everyone off. It's just not a good idea to do that shit. So there's so many that hurt. Okay, so yeah, okay, Denver. Well, which Denver game? I'm assuming you're referring to the 2015 one, because the 2013 one we got our asses kicked. As soon as Wes Welker knocked out Aqib Talib, our secondary went to shit, and so I don't know. I just never felt good about that game ever during it. But 2015 hurt more because it just came so close to winning. But again, still not as bad as 06 as far as I'm concerned, because I thought we had it in the bag. Baltimore, which one? The blowout or the one that was a little closer but still lost? So Baltimore, the blowout was in 09, and then there's the one in 2012. So neither was very close. But 09 was a wild card game. It started out bad with Ray Rice's, what was it, like 80-yard touchdown or something off the first play of the game. From that very moment, I felt something was wrong. But in 2012 against Baltimore, that one sucked. But they really were just playing better the whole game. So, again, it's about emotional investment into it. And I can't think of anything that was as bad as that 06 Colts game. Yeah. Jake Saunders, that 2015 Denver loss, that's up there. That's one of the ones that occurred to me when the question was asked earlier by Odson M8. Yeah, that one sucked. I just didn't understand why we couldn't have won that. Like, why? Because, Peyton was playing like trash. It's just like, how do we not win this game? Oh, because Steven Gostkowski can't make an extra point. To lose like that hurt. Yeah. Mahomes don't have Kelce, Hill, and Andy Reid as coach. How does he do? Nobody cares. Maybe he's as known as Jared Goff, probably, or Carson Wentz without the injury. I'd say that would be his ceiling right now. That's where he'd be at this moment. Without all that, sure. Guys, where you go is everything. The opportunities you have, the situation you're in is everything. That's what dictates almost every single thing about every player who's ever existed. It's all about that. People don't want to admit that. It's even like that with Brady. Would Brady be good? Remember what I said earlier? If he was given the chance to compete, yes. But not every team will give you the chance to compete. So if he was drafted to another team and the coach was just closed-minded and said, no, we have our starter and we're not going to let you even, we're not even going to look at you like that, then, well, what can Tom do about that? He can't change that. He can't get on the field. So situation matters. But Tom had a coach that saw in him the hard work he was putting in and said, you know what, I'm not afraid to bench my $100 million number one overall pick quarterback in favor of a 6th round pick that nobody even knows who he is. You need that situation at that time, and that's important. If Tom Brady was on another team and he was given a situation, I think he'd be a great player, no matter what. But he's not winning 6 Super Bowls. That's just, come on. That's not realistic. It's just not. I don't even know if he wins 2 or 3. I think he could get 1, yeah. I think just the way he is, the way he works, he had that work ethic in college. He already had that mentality and that work ethic. But it's about where you go, So Mahomes could literally be just one of those quarterbacks that go in the first round that nobody gives a shit about. Nobody hears from, It's like, okay, he was drafted and that's it, Like, Matt Leinart gets drafted. Vince Young, for example. Vince Young. He could just be like, he could have ended up like Vince Young if he ends up on a shitty team with Jeff Fisher as your coach or something, That's how it works. But no, he got Andy Reid. He got to sit a year behind Alex Smith, and Alex Smith helped him. Alex Smith actually put effort into helping him. He had great teammates, great players, and that's not a knock on Mahomes. You've still got to take what you're given, and you've got to make it work. You've got to make it happen. Not anybody can do what Mahomes does. You can't just throw any guy on Kansas City and hope to throw for 50 touchdowns and hope to win a Super Bowl and get back to the Super Bowl and all that. You can't just throw anybody in there. That's not how it works. It still took Patrick Mahomes to have some talent and be good. But at the same time, if he goes to a shit team with no good coach, no good players, he's never even going to be able to be given the opportunity to even show that he's good, or that even the chance to be coached up and improve. So it's all about situation. Yeah, I don't get the Mahomes praise about Super Bowl 55. I've never seen a guy get his ass kissed so much for losing a game. And not just losing, but lost bad. Okay? For a guy as advertised, the way they're advertised to us, the whole team, they couldn't even get in the end zone. That's some pretty bad football. So for what everyone is telling us they are, they couldn't get into the end zone. At least the 07 Patriots got into the end zone. At least the 2013 Broncos, even though they got their asses kicked by Seattle, they eventually got to the end zone. But the Chiefs couldn't even get there. Wow. So, what are we talking about? Oh, did you see that is the greatest pass I've ever seen that was almost completed. Did you see him running around like Justin said it perfect a while ago in such eloquent words? Throw the ball. What is wrong with you? Why are you running around? Why is he getting credit for running around? Do you guys understand that the more you run around, the worse it is on the offensive line? This is the problem with having quarterbacks who are the best athletes on the team. Stop doing that shit. It's not your job to be the athlete. The offensive line is there to protect you, to give you a long enough time to get rid of the damn ball, to put it in the hands of somebody else. All right? It's not their job to run around downfield forever on every single play, or even worse, to run laterally. And so you can sit there and do all this bullshit, this hero ball stuff. You're going to wear them out. You're killing them. By halftime, they're going to feel like they already played a whole game. That's not impressive. That's not impressive. You want to impress me, get rid of the ball. Get it in people's hands. Distribute it. People think that that's cool that he ran around for over 400 yards. That's not cool. That's not cool at all. It would be cool if those yards were forward progress. If those are positive yards, net yards, yeah, that's impressive. But it wasn't. It's just a bunch of running around bullshit. Everybody said, oh, he didn't have his offensive line. He lost, Eric Fisher and that other guy, I can't remember his name at the moment. But you didn't help them either. You had these guys running around like idiots trying to protect you. So, yeah. But he gets none of the blame for that. You can't blame him. So. Who is the shit team from last year to have the best bounce back? The 49ers. Because, what happened to them last year was a freak. Unless your question means teams that have been notoriously shitty for a while, or including last year, then that's probably a different question. If that's the question, then I'd say shit. Atlanta? I always go with the franchise. If you got an elite quarterback, you got a shot. As long as you got an elite quarterback, you've got a shot. So you got a chance. All right, guys, I've been on here for 4.5 hours. I think I'm going to go ahead and go. Thank you so much, and appreciate y'all. And hopefully next week's show we'll have it all figured out with the new software, and everything will go much smoother. I really enjoyed tonight, though. I enjoyed talking to all of you guys. It was a lot of fun. Please click the like button, and if you're new here, please subscribe. It helps a lot. And make sure if you're subscribed, click on the bell icon, because if you don't, YouTube ain't going to tell you anything about what I'm doing. So the subscribe button alone is not enough. You've got to make sure that the bell icon is selected. Oh, we had another super chat. $5 super chat. We got James Johnson. He says that 2015 AFC Championship game sucks because that was the last game Tom and Peyton played against each other. Also, we kept going for it on 4th down. Yeah, it hurt. Like I said, that's up there, and that was one of the ones that I considered when that question was asked. Absolutely. Absolutely. Thanks, James. Appreciate it, man. Late night super chat. For me, it's 7:45 in the morning right now. It's crazy, right? So, thank you so much, guys. You're awesome. And don't forget, we keep an eye out on Mental MMA. Thank you, Jason, for coming on, and thank all you guys for your super chats and for your support and for staying in the conversation and for always watching. I really appreciate you guys. All right, we'll talk to y'all soon. Have a good night.